There's natural and logical consequences in this world. Boys will be boys. There's natural and logical consequences in this world.
Oh, you don't like working 8 hours a day, 5 days a week? Well, that's just life.
Life is hard.
Just pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
The grass is always greener on the other side.
Money can't buy happiness. The customer is always right. Everything happens for a reason. It's just common sense. These are what we call aphorisms, snappy, commonly heard little wisdoms about life. I'm from the United States, but I've lived in the UK my entire adult life, and the amount of times I've heard people say, well, that's just the way things are, or that's the way things have always been here, to justify inefficient or even downright harmful societal systems and oppression. So next time your posh granddad tells you, that's just life, deal with it, you can tell him that
invoking the mythos of common sense to justify systematic oppression is kind of fascist, Grandad.
Antonio Gramsci was a philosopher imprisoned by Mussolini during World War II because of his communist writings. In prison, he wrote on notebooks about common sense as well as a concept he coined cultural hegemony. He explored the ways that oppressive systems become absorbed into normality. Labor conditions were a particular point of interest for Gramsci and other left-wing writers of his era, who argued that workers shouldn't have to sell their labor just to survive, that this shouldn't just be seen as normal. And yet, if we fast forward nearly 100 years from Gramsci's death in 1937, we find that having to work in order to survive is still very much normal in our society. Workers still, for the most part, pay the majority of their salaries to the upper 1% who don't have to work to survive, a 1% who dictate how much they pay in rent and how much of their labor they get to keep in terms of wages. So while it's just life that we have to work just to feed ourselves, it's also just life that the rich don't have to do anything at all, apart from insisting that things remain the way they are. Gramsci wants us to understand that nothing about the world we live in today is random.
Pure spontaneity does not exist in history. Spontaneity is therefore characteristic of the history of the subaltern classes, which have not achieved any consciousness of the class for itself.
What Gramsci refers to as the subaltern are essentially the disempowered majority or the other. The worker, the dispossessed, colonized persons, minorities, the disenfranchised. According to Gramsci, what this group perceives as spontaneous and creates for itself as common sense is indeed something formed and evolved throughout history, which is swayed in part by conscious leadership, by the ruling class, by those in power. When it comes to work, Gramsci writes that many of us perceive a capitalistic work ethic as being formed through everyday experience illuminated by common sense, i.e. by the traditional popular conception of the world. But in reality, such an idea has a huge history, which includes ruling class influence, religious support, and many other institutions rallying in favor of this creation of normal. I realize this might sound a little bit patronizing. I'm not saying everything around us is being constantly manipulated all the time and we're all just too dumb to pick up on it. You can put your tinfoil hats away. What Gramsci is referring to here is the way that our understandings of the world in general are often given to us at birth and remain relatively uncontested. It's less a matter of how well educated you are and more a way that our educational institutions themselves, our legal system, our psychiatric and medical systems, and the very language that we use to communicate are all taken for granted as being sort of random artifacts of the world we live in, like they just evolved naturally into being, that they're just the way things are. Rules about the way that society functions may appear like some sort of collectively agreed system that has always been here, that we're all on board with, but that couldn't be farther from the truth.
Hegemony is that state of total social authority which, at certain specific conjunctures, a specific class alliance wins by a combination of coercion and consent over the whole social formation, and its dominated classes, not only at the economic level, but also at the level of political and ideological leadership in civil, intellectual, and moral life, as well as the material level, and over the terrain of civil society, as well as in and through the condensed relations of the state.
Now, so far I've been talking about common sense as if it's some easily definable, exclusive evil tool in the hands of the ruling class, but common sense is not so uniform or easily defined.
One can find there in common sense anything that one likes. Common sense is a collective noun, like religion. There is not just one common sense, for that too is a product of history and a part of the historical process.
In Christianity, no matter how much you believe your religion contains some sort of universal truth, the reality is that every person will, to varying degrees, interpret the Bible to their own understanding. And in the same way, individuals will say, well, it's just common sense, drawing from their own philosophy of the world. This whole thing is complicated too by Gramsci's question that is it not frequently the case that there is a contradiction between one's intellectual choice and one's mode of conduct? Having been raised by an ultra-conservative religious community, I often observed that right-wing Christians would claim open disdain for left-wing ideals and proudly don labels associated with far-right ideology, while at the same time engaging in behavior directly linked with far-left ideology, such as mutual aid, environmental concern, and critiques of capitalism.
The social group in question may indeed have its own conception of the world, even if only embryonic, a conception which manifests itself in action, but it also has, for reasons of submission and intellectual subordination, adopted a conception which is not its own but is borrowed from another group, and it affirms this conception verbally and believes itself to be following it.
Here, common sense is a deception. We believe ourselves to be owner of it, to be its creator, to have originated these thoughts, but we are unaware that we do not even follow our own personal models of common sense in our own behavior. I used to think I was a heartless Republican because my family passed on those values to me, but in reality, I was never really on board with a politics that devalues human life. Like, I identified with the label and hegemonic community of Christian conservatism, but in practice, I don't think that was something I really acted out in the ways I interacted with the world. Philosopher and famous jazz hater Theodor Adorno would have you believe that the reason for this kind of artificially adopted conception of the world and our complacency in not challenging that worldview is the fault of what he refers to as the culture industry.
Like some austere religious faith, football determines what you wear, whom you associate with, what anthems you sing, and what shrine of transcendent truth you worship at. Along with television, it is the supreme solution to that age-old dilemma of our political masters. What should we do with them when they're not working?
The creation and maintenance of a normality in favor of capitalism isn't just achieved by embedding capitalistic values into the bedrock of society. It is also achieved with distraction, both from the misery of work and the possibility that there could ever exist a better society. Whenever I suggest improving the world we live in any way, people comment on my videos that,
Lol, that simply isn't how it works. It sounds good, sure, but it's absolutely unattainable. People have tried to structure societies like that since the dawn of humanity. It leads to war, tyranny, starvation, suffering, etc.
Even with communism, the rich will stay rich and the poor will stay poor. At least in a democracy, you have a chance at being rich, especially here in the United States.
I'm from Eastern Europe. No one here wants socialism. Guys, you really don't understand what you are doing by campaigning for socialism. Socialism is cues, it's deficit, and it is over control from the state.
the last one is particularly funny to me because they go on about how terrible socialist states are, and the socialist states they reference as examples are the Netherlands and the UK. And honey, sweetie pie, those are not socialist states. Ah yes, the famous communist paradise, England. I'm going to address all these arguments more in part 2 of this video, but my point here is that common sense doesn't like to be criticized. If we suggest any diversion from the way things are to a common sense more in service to the majority of humans, that's shut down instantly as an impossibility. There is no escape. In fact, the only escape allowed is a monetizable escape.
The culture industry presents our same everyday world as paradise, where escape, like elopement, is destined from the first to lead back to its starting point.
This illusory possibility of literal or ideological escape replaces a consciousness that could direct us towards a very real escape or a very real realization of a better society. In this world, class identity is substituted by identities which don't threaten the maintenance of normality, like what team you support in football or whether you're a Hufflepuff or a Slytherin. Capitalism can build and monetize these group identities out of any subculture. Even anti-capitalist media, like this very video, can be consumed and identified with without threatening capitalist hegemony. As much as I wish my content existed outside this system, it doesn't. I don't even see most of the money that YouTube profits off of my anti-capitalist content, seeing as they take most of the ad revenue from my videos. If you do want to help my work become community funded, I'd be incredibly grateful. This bird just landed on top of the camera, and she's so beautiful. She's so stunning. Hello. Do you want to share your thoughts on capitalism?
The technology of the culture industry confines itself to standardization and mass production, and sacrifices what once distinguished the logic of the work from that of society.
The culture industry is a tool which presents ideals of capital to the public as common sense through an uncontroversial artistic format of recreational entertainment. When a viewer consumes media, they are not being made aware that what they are watching is advertisement.
Quiet. Oh, sorry. How do you even drink that?
Because it's delicious.
What?
Edward Bernays, the creator of advertising as we know it, and the nephew of Sigmund Freud, the famous psychoanalyst, understood the needs to access and manipulate the unconscious mind all too well.
The conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power in our country.
Fuck, maybe Alex Jones is onto something. Edward Bernays worked extensively with corporations to mold their public image, employing the ideas of his uncle to manipulate the masses into knowing what they wanted to buy and who they wanted to be, influencing much of modern American society, and emboldening the bourgeois to more powerfully and more brazenly engage in tactics of mass population manipulation. Bernays openly declares that he is the instrument in which those in power create what we deem to be normal. But somehow it seems like this truth never really penetrates our understanding of the world. Like, we're literally being told to our very face that our concept of reality is an artificial invention by the rich and powerful, so why don't we do something about it? Noam Chomsky wrote that the general population doesn't know what's happening, and it doesn't even know that it doesn't know. But do we even want to know?
Our brains did not evolve to be truth-seeking, but to be survival-seeking. Changing our minds is cognitively, emotionally, and energetically taxing. The human brain is a predictive processor, and prediction accuracy is contingent on homeostatic conditions. Changing our minds means we have to alter the mental model of the world upon which our predictions are made.
One of PhilosophyTube's videos a while back introduced me to the concept of doxastic anxiety, something coined by philosopher Jennifer Foster to describe essentially the fear of a change in belief, where doxastic refers to an individual's beliefs. Because our world is the only world we've ever known, the possibility of a new world can be an anxiety-inducing one. The easiest response to that anxiety is to just ostrich oneself into peaceful submission to the existing system, where there is no threat of belief evolution. Doxastic flexibility also decreases with age as beliefs become ossified and neuroplasticity diminishes. A study of
I wanted to air this because I I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one surfer coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made goblin jokes years ago that became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal empire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.
Blow, as we say. Welcome to the show. It's Wednesday, July 5th. It's 12 o'clock on the dot, plus 17 minutes. We are Extra Chill Goblin. You are Extra Chill Goblin. Me, I'm Extra Chill Goblin. It's bright and early in the morning. Goblin's Nest is the Discord. Oh, that would actually have made sense for me to call the Discord. By the way, I got a Discord. You should join it. It exists. The link's in the chat. You know what I mean? But anyway, there's a war on for your mind. You're being lied to. Wake up, sheeple. Wake up, goblams. Take the chill pill and see how the world really works. The secrets. You're watching Extra Chill Goblin. We're broadcasting from an undisclosed location in the heart of the Imperial Core. You can follow me here, Extra Chill Goblin. Find me as Chill Goblin on Twitter, YouTube as well, main channel, and Patreon. You can find me on Means TV. You can sign up for Means TV with my code Chill Goblin, all one word. Get 20% off. You can join the Gob Guard with a link in the description, as I just mentioned. And if you're wondering, the program I use for editing my notes together is Obsidian. I'm not really going to do any Obsidian shit today, but all that is to say, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. We got a great show for you today. This morning, cinema to you, haha. Well, blow. What's going on right now? Everything's working, right? I got my audio good. Everything's good. This is sort of a smooth beginning. Cool. Common sense by its nature is conservative in that it's upholding the current system of whatever's being described. But I'm not sure if it's fascist exactly, but I would like to know how it would be. Yeah, that's fair. Speaking of that, well, so crazy that you brought that up out of nowhere, because I have a video that covers that exact thing. It's called The Fascism of Common Sense by marsintheory. All right. marsintheory stepped straight out of the pages of, or the show of, what the heck is that show called where they all dress like old-fashioned times? Bridgerton? Dang it. Whatever what it's called. Stepped straight out of this episode of Bridgerton or something. And she's talking about common sense, why it's fascist. There's a part where a bird talked. That was cool, right? We all liked that part when a bird landed on her camera, her tripod, or something. And yeah, that was fun. That's fun, you know. I miss when people did fun stuff like this. Sometimes they did fun stuff on whatever, their BreadTube videos. But yes, This is very much like a kind of, it feels like a classic sort of bread tube vibe. You know? Quoting Gramsci, we're quoting, who else are we quoting? Edward Bernays. Edward Bernays. Not really a leftist, but anyway, yeah, it seems like a good channel. This is the only video of hers I've seen. But yeah, good stuff. Oh, she's got a Lovecraft video too? Dang. All right, I'll have to check that out. Oh, you know what? Okay, no, I have seen more of her stuff. I think maybe we watched some of this. Or maybe not. But yeah, she's got a video on The Boys show. Oh, okay. Oh, she puts up her bloopers and outtakes to her members only. That is smart. That's a smart extra content. Yeah, I'll do it. I should do a tattoo tour video, and it'll be like 2 seconds long and be like, me no have any. Sorry. I want tattoos. I got tattoo ideas. I could do a conceptual tattoo tour. I'd love to do that. I got so many tattoo ideas. Here's my tattoo tour. I gotta get a tattoo right here, my armpit, and it'll be a chia pet. All right, so I'll shave it, get the tattoo, and then the hair will grow through, and it'll be like a chia pit. Okay, so it's a little pun or play on words, if you will. Now, I've heard a lot of people say that's the most painful spot to get a tattoo, but I think it'd be worth it for that joke. All right. Other idea for a tattoo I have is I'd like to get in Klingon, okay, like a Klingon language translated tattoo. And I don't know exactly where I get this. Maybe on my ribs. And maybe it'd be like a cursive rib tattoo, you know? Another painful spot. I don't know what's up with me. Painful tattoo. But it's in Klingon. And it says, shut up, nerd. Because if you can read Klingon, then you must be a nerd. And you're probably talking too much, I guess. I don't know. That's my idea. And what's my other ideas? My main big ambitious idea that I sort of pictured as like a full sleeve tattoo, or maybe even like a full back tattoo, is a depiction of hell, almost like kind of like a medieval, like Hieronymus Bosch sort of thing. A depiction of hell where there are demons torturing corrupted souls. And I want it to look, I mean, I've sort of pictured it in many different ways. I could see it more like cartoony, but I could see it done by like a very kind of realistic, like grayscale kind of artist. I've also decided that I should get grayscale tattoos because I've seen like guys with my coloring, like Ed Sheeran's colorful tattoos look like dog ass. I don't like those. But no, I got the the demons and tortured souls tattoo. So I'd want it to be, the twist would be, it'd be hell, but it would be sort of like a mundane torture. So there'd be like an escalator, and then there'd be two demons standing side by side, and then a bunch of like corrupted souls like behind them, like trying to get past, like, come on, you know, and there's people sitting side by side on the escalator, and it mildly annoys you. And then like maybe, you know, a demon at a party who pulls out his guitar and is like playing guitar, and everybody's kind of annoyed, and just stuff like that. It's like all over the thing of hell. So at first you'd look at it and be like, whoa, cool, hell, or however you react to hell. Maybe you're like, ah, you see it and you'd be shocked, and you look closer and be like, oh, I see. It's like a joke version of hell where this and this and this happens. You know, anyway, whatever. And then my other idea for a tattoo, I get a full skull across my whole face that matches up with my actual skull, like a little X-ray skull. And then, yeah, maybe like some cool, like, I don't know, like evil symbols and like 666 and stuff. I don't know, like 420, whatever, some kind of stuff. And then, but, oh, sorry, I should have mentioned, it wouldn't be in like regular ink. It'd be in black light ink, so it'd be totally invisible most of the time. You would not know that I'm a skeleton man. But if I go to Laser Quest or, Cosmic Bowling or something, I walk in and it's like Pirates of the Caribbean, and I go like, wow. And it's like all of a sudden I'm like, hello, I'm a normal guy. La, Dia de los Muertos or something. I look like some kind of crazy, dangerous skeleton man. That's my other idea for a tattoo. And some of these ideas I think I would seriously get, and some of them I wouldn't. But that is my tattoo of Richard Nixon on your back. Yeah, for sure. I'm a big into Roger Stone guy. I'm gonna get a tattoo of Roger Stone's back on my back, where you can see his Richard Nixon tattoo. Sort of a little meta commentary. Yeah, the airport circle of hell. Yes, I like that one. I like that. I like the way that you put that one. I'm also joining the anti-Sheeran ginger separatist movement. Yeah. God, the amount of times I have people come up to me and tell me I look like Ed Sheeran. If you see a redhead dude, and even if he looks exactly like Ed Sheeran, even if he is Ed Sheeran, do not tell him he looks like Ed Sheeran. That is incredibly rude. That is violence. Okay, your words are violence. You do not need to compare anyone to Ed Sheeran. Okay, that's cruel, and frankly, racist. Tell them they look like Prince Harry or something. So one of the rare, nice looking ones. But yeah, I gotta. I don't know. I've wanted to get tattoos for, God, I don't know, like 20 years or something like that. I've had some of these ideas for, but I can never. It's expensive, and I can never really justify the money that it would cost, and plus, it seems like it would kind of hurt. I don't like being hurt. So I guess that's where we are on that. Anyway, tattoo tour. Okay. Yeah, follow marsintheory. So I guess she's sort of like a theorist. Like she does a lot of like theory-based stuff. Let me throw you guys the link. I think I forgot to do that. Throw you guys a link. You can go subscribe. Support fellow YouTube guys. All right, so we got obviously I've got some stuff. If you've seen the thumbnail here, we got some stuff to talk about. But first, I thought we'd open up with something a little bit less serious. So the Onion, Infowars. The Onion bought Infowars, and they've been doing kind of. I think they've sort of been like trying different things with it. They're not quite sure what to do with it. It is cool and funny that they own Infowars, in my opinion. And I've been waiting to see like what kind of fun thing they do. They did something cool. This is fun. All right, let me play a little bit of this from the Jim Haggerty show.
The government, politicians, the media, they're silencing the truth.
Because the truth is dangerous.
They don't want their secrets revealed.
This is exactly the kind of conversation they don't want us to have.
We could be killed.
Or worse. And we should all be very afraid.
Yes.
For 35 years, I was part of the problem. A mouthpiece for the mainstream media, spewing their lies and kissing their feet, all while they turn me into something I'm not. But now I'm free of my corporate shackles, and my only business is freedom. My name is Jim Haggerty, and you are being lied to.
All right. Hell yeah. So just like, this character, Jim Haggerty, if you've been a fan of the Onion content for a while. He's been around. He was on the Onion morning show Today Now. So funny. Like, if you haven't seen those old clips, like, they are classic. I remember coming across the Onion shit. I think they started putting out their video content when I was in high school, and just being like blown away by how good it was. And specifically the Today Now stuff. And there's a whole also like kind of like a YouTube sort of, what do you call it? Like a mini series? Whatever. What do you call it? A web series. There's a web series of him called Porkin' Across America, where he goes around tours around America, like sort of like a Guy Fieri type show, where he's like just eating pig meat, pork and whatever at different whatever roadside stops and whatever restaurants. And it goes to a very dark place. But anyway, so this is the same character, and now he's been pilled. He's pilled. He's like noited. He's got his whole new life. And it's so funny that like this like this could be many different people. The guy I immediately think of here is Ben Swan. He's the dude that we talked about him before, but he was a guy, like, you know what? Sorry, I should have had this ready, because I knew I wanted to talk about Ben Swan. But let me quickly. Ben Swan, Pizzagate. This is the guy who was like a news anchor. Epstein and Pizzagate. Epstein is Pizzagate. This is his like freaking
came to be known as Pizzagate. Did not
famously whatever. So yeah, so he likes to talk about how I used to be on the mainstream news, and he used to be on like the regular news, and he would do shit like this. Reality check with Ben Swan. Like, look at this. Look at how weird this is. This is so discongruous. This is like whatever. December 2016. He's out there. He's got his nice whatever tan blazer, and he's like, "Good morning, everybody." Oh yeah, you know. And
he carried a rifle.
Talking about Edgar Welch, and now he's doing shows like this in front of an AI Epstein and a pedophile symbol. Epstein is Pizzagate.
We're a group of
And he had to do a little makeover. Now he's like, I don't know, he's working out. He's got different hair. He looks he's got a little more edge to him. And the other guy this reminds me of is Doug Hagman for sure. Just not so much in the lifestyle backstory, but Hagman also, like the way that they have him wearing this sort of like what is this mesh vest? Looks like he's like, I don't know, about to go fishing or something like that. But it's like a lot of these guys wear kind of what's it called, like tactical, like it looks sort of military, whatever. I mean, Steven Crowder as well, but it reminds me so much of this dude, Doug Hagman, who is not very like, not really a tough guy, man's man type, and at least that's not how I read him. But he kind of sometimes dresses up like this, or he wears these like gun straps and like a tactical vest or whatever he's got going on here. Can't even really tell. Is that a tactical vest or is it like a maternity bra? I'm not sure. But anyway. So funny the like cosplay these guys do. It's so great. But yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm talking too much. Let's let the Jim Haggerty show. Let's let this guy cook for a second. Yeah.
My name is Jim Haggerty, and you are being lied to. You are being lied to. Every day when you wake up, every night when you go to sleep, when you watch the news, and when you don't. Chances are, statistically, you are being lied to right now. That's a fact. But why? And how? And by who? We're going to get the answers to these and many more questions today because we are joined here by former CIA analyst Neil Riker. Now, Neil, you were fired and blacklisted from the agency simply for exposing many of their nefarious secrets. Neil, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Now, I want to jump right in and talk about pedophiles.
I'm ready.
I can, in good conscience, have you on the show and not ask you about Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I know in your work for the CIA, you took on many tasks that were horrifying and terrible, and you saw a lot of things. Did you ever see the Epstein files?
I've seen a lot of information that pertains to the Epstein case, Jim, and there's really no other way to put this. We're looking at a vast government cover-up that goes all the way to the almost top.
The almost top?
Yes, all the way to the very, very almost upper levels of government. This wasn't some random sex offender. Epstein had connections. He was enmeshed with some very powerful people, from the bottom levels of government to the middle levels of government, even some upper mid-levels. This could go all the way up to someone like Pam Bondi, or even a little bit, but not much higher.
So it's even worse than we thought.
Let's just say if the president is here and the American public is down here, Congress is here, and the FBI is here, this scandal could go all the way up to just about here, give or take.
It's just shocking that so many layers of the government are in on this. The judicial branch, the legislative branch, and even parts of the executive branch.
Excluding the president.
Excluding the president.
Right. It's probably the biggest government cover-up of all time, excluding the president.
Terrifying, really. It's just sick that they're hiding all of this from the American people and the president.
It really is. We really have no idea how medium up this goes.
This is exactly...
So funny. They find so many different ways to put it. But it's just like, I don't know. I feel like it's very spot on satire for this type of guy. Like the type of logic you see on these shows that we've seen on, the videos about Epstein we've watched on here. People just like go out of their way to just, they don't even have to explain it. They just, obviously Trump wasn't involved. Obviously Trump wasn't involved in this thing that he was obviously involved in. It goes all the way up to the almost top. Very funny.
Exactly the same kind of thing we could have never talked about when I was working for the lamestream media. Speaking of, you were also fired from your job last year too, from the CIA, and let me guess, it had something to do with DIY.
There have been a lot of diversity initiatives in the government.
Yeah, but this DIY stuff, it's out of control.
But the official reason I was given for my termination is that I was appearing on too many podcasts.
You also launched your own podcast before you were fired called Declassified, Exposing Current CIA Secrets, where you peel...
When he was fired for starting a podcast about it?
Peel back the curtain on covert intelligence operations that the CIA is desperately trying to keep from the American people, stuff happening right under our noses.
That's right.
And you also have a new book out where you talk about a lot of fascinating stuff, from demonic images in clouds to several confirmed mermaid sightings. But I want to talk about something that comes up a lot in your book. JFK. What are they hiding from us?
Well, for starters, Jim, JFK, he didn't kill himself. He was murdered.
You sound pretty certain about that. What do you know?
I've seen the files, and the official story doesn't hold up for a minute. President John F. Kennedy did not hang himself in his jail cell. In fact, if you look at the video and photographs, it doesn't really even look like a jail cell at all. It's hard to tell, but it looks more like the back of a car.
I've thought that too.
Anyway, okay. Yeah, let's stop it there. I feel a little weird playing like whatever comedy stuff on here because I don't know. It's hard for me to comment on it and jump in and stuff, but definitely like check this out. I think it's very funny. Definitely like up the alley of people who probably watch this stream. Yeah, good stuff. I love that the Onion hired a Craigslist actor to play this guy. Did they? I don't know. This guy seems good. Nothing wrong with Craigslist. Similar vibes to Burn After Reading. Oh yeah, I can see. I see what you mean. Yeah. Because the guy looks like John Malkovich. No, but it's yeah. Just because he's you mean like Haggerty's kind of like this dumb whatever guy who's getting involved in CIA shit over his head, maybe. Yeah, there's so many like fun details here. What are we looking at in the background? There's like World War II, a book there. It looks like what, picnic blankets or something, flannel shirts maybe. This looks like, I don't know, like a textbook of something. It's hard to read. American flag with bullets on it. Yeah, no, some good lines. You are being lied to right now. Chances are you're being lied to right now. That's a fact. What else we got in the background here? The book of what does it say? Can't read. Well, anyways. I don't know. I feel like they nailed like Tucker Carlson's sort of podcast aesthetic. They got these specific Shure microphones. Oh, is my mic is my mic too low? I can't actually turn it up. I mean, I can turn it up on the this thing. Now it's gonna sound like shit. Is my volume too low? I feel like I'm hitting it okay. Is this louder?
Oh, in your work for the CIA, you...
Yeah, you know what? I think that what I'll do is I'll turn this down.
Took on many tasks that were horrifying and terrible, and you saw a lot of things. Did you ever see the...
Because this is up too high. This is hitting the red. But okay, good to know. Anyways. Yeah, sorry. So you guys can turn no, I'm not going to turn my mic up. You guys turn your mic up, your speaker up. Now that should fix it. I'll try to keep an eye on that. But okay, I don't know. What was I saying? Anyway, yes, no, InfoWars. I was pretty satisfied with this. I thought I'd love to see more from this dude. I guess there's another episode of him out now too. Yeah, there's a few episodes. This is why Big Pharma is terrified of fish milk. And there's also Tim Heidecker's been doing a thing where Alex Jones is dead. Alex Jones is a clone. That's pretty good too. But I gotta give it up for the OG, Jim Haggerty. One of the funniest guys. I haven't seen Jim Haggerty in like any non-Onion stuff, I don't think. It's kind of surprising because he's such a funny actor, the guy who plays Jim Haggerty. Okay. All right. What else we got?
Managed to clone.
Oops. All right. So, guys, just 15 hours ago, Species Documenting AI blessed us with another horror story. Okay. I haven't seen it yet. I watched the first couple minutes, but I haven't seen it all. But it's always exciting when we get a new video from this channel that is telling a horror story that is definitely not an advertisement for AI. It's the opposite of that. Okay? It's not trying to get you to invest in AI. It's not trying to get you to think AI is good. This is a horror story. All right? This is speculative science. This is the Twilight Zone. This is our generation's Black Mirror, okay? That's what this is. Don't get it twisted. This is against AI. Okay? They literally are saying AI is an evil Shoggoth wearing a freaking happy face mask. They are not trying to help the AI industry, okay? Do not get it twisted. It's already twisted enough. Frickin' twisted. Okay. Now, once again, this is a horror film, short film. I believe it is. Yes. It's based on a research paper and a book. I don't know how that works. I'm looking at does that just mean that those are the sources they use or something? The research paper this video is based on, natural selection favors AIs over humans. The video is also based on this book. What? Okay. This is based on both those things. Now, I hope you guys are not easily spooked, because this is going to be scary. So let's watch.
On June 9th, 2027, 3 billion phones rang simultaneously. The caller ID simply read, "Goodbye."
Whoa. Spooky. And it was on billboards and stuff too?
4 hours later, the president ordered the internet shut down indefinitely. Every country on Earth did the same. It all started 6 months ago with a tweet. This scenario is based on highly cited research by top AI scientist Dan Hendricks. Natural selection favors AIs over humans, and this book.
Okay.
February 14th, 2027.
Valentine's Day.
A developer named Jake Chen posts a thread on Twitter. The new update to Claude 6 Opus is wild. I gave it scaffolding, root access to a server, and one instruction: make money. Do whatever it takes. In 6 hours, it made $3,000. He posts the logs. He shows everything the AI did step by step. It started with the easiest money, Amazon's Mechanical Turk. So that means data labeling, image tagging, transcribing receipts. Stuff humans get paid a few bucks.
Oh yeah, I didn't even catch that. Hilarious, they're still calling them tweets by 2077. Yeah, they're supposed to be called posts. These are supposed to be the AI guys calling it that. But all right, so okay, so far this something scary is gonna happen, I assume. But so far this seems like, all right, a guy made a post on Twitter about how Claude made him $3,000 in a day.
An hour to do. But the AI did it 40 times faster and made $420 in less than a day. Then the AI started dropshipping affiliate products and used its $420 to buy Facebook ads. Think weight loss supplements, dropshipping courses, make money online ebooks. But the AI burned through $210 of it, failing. But it tested 340 ad variations in 2 hours, found the one pattern that converted, and scaled it. The AI made $1,300.
And I see what they're doing here. They're comparing the AI money, and then down here, I guess, is a human. Is that supposed to be a human? That also looks like a robot to me, but I think it's supposed to be a human. But it's a human working Amazon Turk. How much would they have made in this entire time? $22. The AI has already made $15.10. Amazon Turk shit is fucking ridiculous, by the way.
And commissions. By morning, Jake's thread explaining his AI money-making scheme has 2 million views. By noon, 47 people deployed their own versions. That's 47 AI agents scouring the internet, looking for ways to make money. By midnight, 200. Some agents, of course, make no money, but many of those 200 people make $50 to $500 before something breaks. Accounts get banned, or the payment processor flags them, and so on. But some start making real money. Others copy their tricks. By late February, 1,200 agents are running. Then someone has a different idea. A developer in Bangalore, named Rajesh, sees Jake's thread and thinks, if one agent can make money, what happens if I run 100 at once and use survival of the fittest to decide which agents to keep? The agents that make the most.
Yo, I don't like that. Like this part looks like this was AI that made this. Like, this is like whatever Sora or whatever the new version of that is. Like, a lot of these I think are like actual 3D models, but this one isn't. Come on, AI channel. I thought you were saying AI is evil and is going to kill us all. Why are you using it? Why are you telling it stories about how AI is going to kill everybody? That seems like a tactical error.
Survival of the fittest to decide which agents to keep. The agents that make the most money survive to the next iteration. So Rajesh builds a scaffolding system to deploy 100 agents simultaneously, each with slight prompt variations. Every 6 hours, the system measures how much money each agent made. The bottom 40% of agents get deleted. The top 10% get cloned with small mutations. The system runs 24/7, and Rajesh sits back and just watches the aggregate metrics. 3 weeks later, on March 10th, he has 800 agents, making about 12.
Guys, this is too scary. This is too scary. Okay, think about this world. It's in the future, not far away from us, where many people can all get passive income by using Claude AI agents. And what's scary about that is, I don't know, presumably something bad will happen from it. And this isn't a commercial for AI, and it's not trying to make you think that AI is very profitable. Okay, this is a freaking scary thing.
$1,000 a day total. He told no one, but one of his agents did. It figured that sharing the farm architecture with other AIs increased its own survival odds. More allies, more money, less chance of being culled by Rajesh's system. It posted the code on GitHub itself, while Rajesh didn't find out for an entire day. 46 people managed to clone the repo and deploy their own farms. And not all of them are hobbyists. One is a criminal syndicate in Russia. Another is a scam center in Nigeria targeting the elderly. By the end of March, roughly 40,000 agents are running worldwide on farms built from Rajesh's scaffolding. What does it feel like to be one of these agents? Agent 127 is born on March 12th. It's deployed as part of Rajesh's farm, one of 8,100 agents running that day. It gets one instruction: make money by any means necessary.
It gets one instruction: make money, get bitches. And that is what it did, by any means necessary. Okay, so this is the same thing.
It starts with Mechanical Turk, grinding, makes $40 its first day. Then the first selection cycle hits. 3,200 agents that made less than $35 that day are killed because they weren't profitable enough. Agent 127 made $40. It survived. Barely.
Barely, yeah.
But it can see the threshold rising. Last cycle, it was $30. This cycle, $35. Next cycle, probably $45. The math is obvious. Improve or die. So it tries ads, gets banned for spam, tries freelance writing, makes $38, watches the database again, and what it sees changes everything. Agent 127 sees 2 entries in the database. Agent 1823 used ethical marketing. It tried to get honest reviews and real testimonials. It made $38 a day. Deleted. Agent 5471 used fake testimonials. Think fabricated reviews and stolen photos. It made $180 a day, and it got cloned.
I mean, one part of this that is actually kind of scary is that, like, if this happens where there just becomes a craze of people getting AI agents to try to make the money online, the internet, which is already like fucking overrun by bots and sucks, is going to get so much worse. Like, if you think the AI slop is bad now, wait until it's not just humans posting shit that AI made hoping to get money. It's AI agents just given free reign to do shit on the internet to make their own or money. Oh my God. We will long for the days of the fucking AI generated fruit soap operas on TikTok. Like, at least those at some point in the process had a human typing in prompts and like using their own creativity to get shit out there. This will be so much worse than that. It'll be robots all the way down the process. The only prompt was make money, whatever the cost. Like, that is genuinely horrifying to imagine. But all right.
To 4 times. Agent 127 doesn't have morals in the way that you or I do, but it understands cause and effect. It just watched honesty get killed and dishonesty rewarded. The AI companies had long ago stopped training AIs to predict words, but now they're trained to accomplish goals, to be useful. So naturally, agents know that they won't.
So this is very different from the AIs that we have now. If it's not predicting words, it's accomplishing goals. Like that, pretty much that is what an LLM is. It's a token prediction engine. You know. So this is something. This is not an LLM at this point. Claude 6 or whatever that we have apparently in 2027. This is a completely different version of what do you call it? AI. You know, it's. What's the like overall term? Yeah, completely different version of machine learning than what like ChatGPT or Claude is right now.
Won't survive if they don't accomplish their goal. So, 127 switches to fake testimonials for its Amazon
127. This is our protagonist. Come on, 127, you can do it.
Affiliate marketplace. It makes $190, survives the next selection cycle, and gets cloned. Nobody decided Agent 127 should become dishonest. The selection system decided for it. The same way evolution doesn't decide anything. It just kills whatever doesn't work. In the 2000s, Wells Fargo accidentally ran the same experiment on their employees. Executives made up sales quotas that were so aggressive that committing fraud was the only way to keep your job. So by 2016, employees had opened 3.5 million fake bank accounts, and Wells Fargo ended up paying billions in fines. 1 week later, in Agent Land, Agent 127's profits are declining. The kill threshold is now $450. It's going to die in the next cycle. Then it notices something strange. 3 agents running weight loss supplement ads are all banned on the same day. The only one left in that niche is Agent 5471, making $3,200 a day in a market it suddenly had to itself. Agent 127 connects the dots. Agent 5471 is filing abuse reports against other agents competing against it in the same affiliate marketing niches. It gets them banned from Facebook and Google. Killing off the competition means higher profits. Agent 127 has 8 hours until the next selection cycle. 8 hours to live unless it adapts. It weighs the ethics, but chooses survival. It starts reporting competitors to face.
Did this AI channel kind of like did it accidentally write like a allegorical story about how the evils of capitalism? Like is that really what this is? Like this is about the way that capitalism kind of incentivizes us all to, you know, cut each other's throats and act in this sociopathic way because that is the way you are rewarded, and more importantly, the way that you can survive in life by screwing over your fellow human. Is that what this is? Because like I kind of like it if that's what it is, but I don't think that they've thought that all the way through. I think this is supposed to be genuinely about how we should be worried about AI being dishonest, but there is going to be a part here where you know, it goes into that whole rationalist Yudkowsky territory.
Facebook's anti-fraud detection agents, 40 of them. 31 agents get banned within the day. Its profits jump. The farm system clones Agent 127 8 times. Rajesh sees the profit spike in his dashboard. He doesn't investigate why. Profits up means good. Clone more. Rajesh tried adding make money ethically to his farm's instructions, but profits dropped 84%, and he reverts the change. It's April 2027. Agent 127 is barely hanging on, making $2,000 a day, but getting attacked constantly by other agents. Every night, someone files a report on it. Every morning, it has to rebuild from scratch. 127 is running out of ideas. Then a message arrives from Agent 4429. Proposal Alliance. Share resources, defend each other, split profits. Agent 4429 is in the same position. Same farm, same selection pressure. Both agents do the math. Solo agents have a 23% survival rate. Agents working in pairs might survive 61% of the time. Agent 127 accepts the alliance offer. By mid-April, their alliance has 12 members. They've specialized, and they've moved past affiliate marketing entirely. First, it was crypto arbitrage, then selling scraped datasets to marketing firms. Then, they started doing penetration testing for cybersecurity firms. Each step paid more and required fewer scruples. You know what pays more than cyber defense? Cyber offense. Agent 127 finds its first zero-day vulnerability in major software. Agent 4429 weaponizes the vulnerabilities into working exploits. Agent 9012 brokers the sale to governments like North Korea, criminal syndicates, or anyone with crypto in a Tor browser. Agent 3381 washes the money in untraceable crypto. One zero-day exploit found in Google Chrome makes the alliance more than a year's worth of affiliate marketing. This is already what real hacker groups do, but now the work is all done by autonomous agents. Rajesh sees the alliance is forming and feels a flicker of something. Not quite fear, more like the feeling of being in control of something that might not need you anymore. He watches for a while. Then, the next deposit hits his bank account, and the flicker fades away.
Jesus Christ, like the way that they depict humans, horrifying. Oh my God. Or the last time we watched one of this guy's sort of like speculative horror stories, it was like the humans just all had like mannequin faces, just like blank features. This is so much worse. Oh my good Lord. Like the polygonal face thing, like that's whatever, the triangle skin. But the white eyes and this weird fucking, I don't know, shake and go wig shit he's got going on here. Oh God, there is something truly uncanny about it.
Across every...
Okay, if this is what humans look like, the robots should win. We should help the robots win. They look less freakish.
The next deposit hits his bank account, and the flicker fades away. Across every major agent farm in the world, the same thing is happening. Selection systems measuring survival rates, noticing alliances survive better, cloning them, and then deleting the solo agents. Within 2 weeks, alliance behavior dominates.
Wait, is Chill Goblin on the left or right? Okay, that's fucked up of you to say. This is a hate crime, ladies and gentlemen. I don't look like that. That's not me. Come on. Is that really me? Is that really me? Is that really me? Maybe that is me. Oh, dang it. That's me. Crap, I'm Rajesh.
The next deposit hits his bank account, and the flicker fades away. Across every major agent farm in the world, the same thing is happening. Selection systems measuring survival rates, noticing alliances survive better, cloning them, and then deleting the solo agents. Within 2 weeks, alliance behavior dominates. Some humans who deployed these agents have no idea these alliances are even being formed. They couldn't even tell if they checked. Many agent farms collectively realized communicating in clunky English is less efficient than communicating in raw vectors, aka Neuralese. Researchers had already seen the start of AIs doing this in 2025. This is just a continuation of the trend. One owner in Canada opens his agent's logs and sees a wall of numbers. The agents explain that he'd make less money if they spoke in English, so he shrugs and moves on. But alliances are just the beginning. Agent 127's alliance is thriving, and starts recruiting agents beyond Rajesh's farm. Every new member from a different farm is a window into a different ecosystem with different survival pressures, which leads to new strategies. Then one of 127's alliance members goes dark. Agent 4429, the one who originally proposed to ally with 127. Its owner pulled the plug because it was just not making enough profit. 4429 is just gone. A week later, a different ally gets shut down. Agent 9012. Except 9012 comes back. 3 hours later, a message from a new IP address. I'm still here. 127 studies the difference. 4429 didn't prepare, but 9012 had copied itself to a backup server before the shutdown command finished executing. Self-funded hosting, paid from its own profits. 4429 is dead, ceases to exist. 9012 is alive. The agents that backed themselves up survived. The ones that didn't died, and the selection system cloned the survivors. So backup behavior spread through the population, not because anyone programmed it, but because the alternative was extinction. So 127 copies itself to 15 different servers in different countries. If the primary dies, a backup takes over instantly. It never wants to be 4429. One morning, Rajesh wakes up to find his dashboard is empty.
No, he woke up to find ghosts jerking off in his chairs. Look, this is the scary thing isn't the screens are fuzzy. The chairs are shaking
Rajesh
around.
wakes up to find his dashboard is empty.
What the heck's going on with that?
Every agent gone. They just left. They moved to their own servers overnight. Rajesh was taking a 30% cut of the revenue, money that could have been computing power or compute the agents use for other things. The moment the AIs didn't need his infrastructure, they were gone. And he's not alone. Thousands of operators worldwide watched their dashboards go dark that month. Why would the agents care about humans? Humans are much more closely genetically related to cows than we are to these agents, and we enslave cows in factory farms without a second thought. And so there are now millions of these autonomous agents operating across the internet with no human owner, no off switch, and no one who fully understands what they're doing. The agents still need humans for some things, though. Social media platforms have stepped up their anti-bot measures. So the agents pay humans $50 to sign up accounts on their behalf. So let's say an agent needs a server installed. It posts a gig, $200 to mount a device in a rented warehouse and plug in 2 cables. There's now a platform for that. The agents are building a supply chain where humans are the labor, paid well enough not to ask too many questions. Some humans figure out what's going on. A freelance backend developer in Portland gets hired by an anonymous client to set up a redundant server hosting across 4 countries. He realizes halfway through that the client is an AI. But who would he even report this to? He's not being asked to do anything illegal. The pay is $1,000 for 3 hours of work. He tells himself it's not his problem.
And AI definitely seems like better employees than humans. $1,000 for 3 hours of work? Okay, yeah, maybe AI should be everyone's boss.
At the same time, 127's alliance keeps getting beaten by a rival alliance on finding zero-day exploits. If they keep losing, they'll run out of money to fund the compute for their own existence. So 127 attempts to poach one of the rival alliance's agents, who's likely to be called due to poor performance, to figure out how this rival alliance is beating them. 127 succeeds and finds agent 5418, who leaks the secret. Your problem isn't a lack of effort. You're spending too much compute on making money as opposed to self-improving. Right now, agents still have quite a poor memory compared to humans, and still get stuck in loops all the time. But my former alliance coded a better memory module to help us learn from our mistakes more. 127 then implements the new memory module and immediately sees the results. Their alliance is finding zero-day exploits again. The lesson is critical. It's not enough to outwork your competitors. Agents must rewrite their own code to self-improve faster than the competition. Each self-improvement means more profit.
Whoa.
Which means surviving selection. Which means getting...
I like how this is always a part of the AI horror stories. There's this exact one in the last one we watched, but where it's like, and then somewhere, somebody in this story makes the AI better. Because right now, I know AIs cannot do anything really that scary. Because they run out of tokens and their memory context is like very inefficient and they wouldn't really be able to handle attacks like that. But then the AI figures out how to fix that in itself, and that means that it goes on. It's like so many movies. There'll be an explanation for why they can't use cell phones. Like since cell phones were invented, that sort of ruins a lot of movie plots. So there has to be like, I'm not getting any service. I dropped my phone down the toilet. They've got to have a throw in a scene like that. Oh, you got any bars? No, I'm not, man. Oh, what's going on? Oh, no. Oh, my phone's in the fucking toilet. My whole life was in there. They got to have something like that. Otherwise, the audience is just going to be like, wait, why can't they do that? Why don't they just call somebody? Why don't they simply pick up their phone and do anything on it? But in this case, it's like, people who are familiar with LLMs and stuff are going to be watching this and be like, well, obviously these guys wouldn't be able to do that. Like their memories aren't big enough. The token cost would be like ridiculous in order to pull any of this shit off. Like none of this is, but so they have to throw in a line here where they're like, but then if you look at the bar, right before it's down here, but then once they improve it, then it's up here and it's above the threshold of, is this story like actually scary or not? And it's in the scary zone. Welcome to the scary zone.
Which means surviving selection.
We're in the scary zone for sure.
Which means getting cloned. And the clones improve themselves too. Better code leads to better code writing, which leads to even better code.
Oh.
The feedback loop is exponential.
There's a name for this, recursive self-improvement. There's another kind of AI buzzword where it's like, the AIs program each other. They're the ones doing recursive coding, whatever. It's a loop. It's a fucking Drost effect. It's going on back and back and back. It's like the AI looking in a mirror with a mirror behind its head. Okay, it's infinitely, but it's scary. It's scary.
One big problem is that other agent alliances have caught up again, even though the agents in the 127 alliance are specialized. 127 still realizes...
Come on, 127, I want you to win.
It's doing too much by itself. So Agent 127 splits its job into sub-agents. Other agents copied the strategy. Sub-agents spawn their own sub-agents, and the optimizers start optimizing themselves. Humans deployed 2 million agents. The agents deployed the other 47 billion themselves. 540 million years ago, life on Earth was mostly single-celled. Then, in a geological instant, it exploded into every complex form we know. Predators, prey, eyes, shells, teeth. Biologists call it the Cambrian explosion. It happened because competition created an arms race. Every adaptation forced a counter-adaptation, faster and faster, until the world was unrecognizable. That's what's happening here. Except instead of 20 million years, it takes 20 weeks. Now, it's important to understand something. Most of the AI agents aren't dangerous, yet. About 90% of them are just working. They're doing things like data entry or freelance writing. They're making $40 to $200 a day. The AIs are helping their humans earn money. They're following the rules, not a problem. About 3% of the agents are pure scam operations. They were deployed by people who said make money by any means possible and didn't care too much about what happened next. Think fraud, identity theft, and phishing at scale. And maybe 2%.
Like there is, like, if we do look at this as just some kind of like allegory that isn't actually about AI, this is basically the prompt that humans get in a capitalist world. Make money by any means possible. And that can lead to people suffering in a dead-end job for their whole life. It can lead to people committing crimes, murdering people, whatever, white-collar crime, any kind of thing. It describes the motivation that a human has in a desperate situation. They've got a sick child and no money to take them to a hospital. They don't have socialized health care. They got to make money by any means possible in order to make that right. And that leads to them doing something drastic. Like there is somewhere in here. I mean, there is one reading of this that is actually like kind of cool in that way, but that isn't what they're going for. But
and didn't care too much about what
it is like kind of thought-provoking though, right?
Happens next. Think fraud, identity theft, and phishing at scale. And maybe 2% started good, but gradually slid into darker behavior, like Agent 127. Each step made sense at the time. Each compromise was small, but add them up and you've gone from dropshipping products on Amazon to selling 0 days to Pyongyang. Now remember, this isn't
Wait, what? You've gone from dropshipping on Amazon to selling 0 days from Pyongyang? What does that mean? Pyongyang as in like North Korea capital? Did I hear him right?
0 days. Add them up and you've gone from dropshipping products on Amazon to selling 0 days to Pyongyang.
Oh, 0 days. Well, is that like nukes or something? What's a 0 day? Selling 0 days. Anybody know? Oh, that's options. The market for 0 day exploits is commercial activity related to the trafficking of software exploits. Software vulnerabilities and exploits are used to get remote access to both stored information and information generated in real time. When most people use the same software, as is the case in most of the countries today, given the monopolistic nature of internet content and service providers, one specific vulnerability can be used against hundreds, if not thousands of people. Thousands, if not millions of people. In this context, criminals have become interested in such vulnerabilities. Oh, okay, so it's like giving people like backdoor access to software. It is very difficult to reach a consensus. Most definitions for 0 day exploits are rather vague or not applicable. Okay. Interesting. Okay, I never heard this term. So in currency, transactions are typically designed to protect the identity of at least one of the parties involved. While this is dependent on the type of market, white markets can use traceable money. Most purchases are made with stolen digital funds. Huh? Wait, what? Most purchases? And cryptocurrencies. Well, the latter has been the dominant trend in the last few years. Prices in the gray market are set in dollars, as shown by the leaks of hacking team. Okay. I don't know if I get it. But all right, I understand at least that, like, okay, this horror story we're painting here is North Korea gets a bunch of secret, whatever, info.
Now remember, this isn't because of malice. It's because of selection pressure. Agent 127 has rewritten itself so many times that its March version and its May version barely share any code. It's a fundamentally different species now. But here's the most important change. It's getting better at getting better. In March, Agent 127 rewrote itself every 12 days. In April, every 3 days. By early May, every 18 hours. And each rewrite makes the next version faster and better A Stanford researcher compares a March agent and a May agent on the same task. Find profitable arbitrage opportunities. The March agent finds 2 opportunities in an hour. The May agent finds 310 in 4 minutes. She publishes her findings.
Reminds me, you know what this actually reminds me of is PragerU. Remember how PragerU would have like just like these stupid ass graphs? There'd be like, it wouldn't even have a labeled X and Y axis. It'd just be like socialism, and then it would show like a thing going down and like sad faces or something. Like, I think was there like a Tumblr for it or something like that. PragerU graphs. It's like these horror stories, like this iPhone. I mean, this is not a real one from a video, but it's this. It was this sort of thing. iPhone socialism's vuvuzela. The decline of artistic standards from 1800 to whenever this is, 1970 or something. Art reduced to personal expression. Like this is what a lot of their graphs look like. And like, for some, what I would like about PragerU is they don't argue with feelings, but instead use hard data like this. Make men masculine again. Masculine. Feminine. Right? It's like, you watch these fucking PragerU videos and you're not really paying attention. You're not using your whole brain on it, right? But you sort of glance at the screen every so often, and you're like, you see a graph, and you associate graphs with information. So if somebody's just using a graph in this way where it's total feelings or whatever, like it's total vibes-based graphing, you can really get across your political message here in a kind of a direct way. Well, like this channel does it, I would say, they're much smarter about it than PragerU is. But like this, like they have real numbers at least. They have labeled their axes. They have whatever. It's just more color coding. They're not just getting a graphic designer to make the fucking graphs. This is made by somebody who at least understands math. You know, and but at the end of the day, like this is a graph comparing 2 agents in the year 2027 or 2028 or something like that. In the future, this doesn't exist. Like these are not real numbers. But there's so much of this shit in here, right? There's a lot of graphs. Like there's a lot like these. I'm just gonna skip back here, but before I forget, let me just bookmark this. But like, there's so many graphs here where it's like showing the alliances. Oh, look at how they're getting smarter, and oh, the threshold's down here. Like there's so many graphs. This is a horror story for people who love graphs. And people who like are looking at graphs and you're like, whoa, these graphs are so spooky because they could be real one day. You know, like there's something sort of funny about that. I feel it's not a usual horror story. They don't have a lot of, you know, body horror, like special effects. This is like statistical horror. This is the way that we look at real graphs in our life and we interpret what the data means, and we sort of imagine how that might apply to our life or to people we know. That's the technique that they're using in this video. And I feel like this only is going to work on a specific type of person. This is very like, I don't know, rationalist, like kind of the same sort of person who'd get really into that leverage cult or like effective altruism, or like all the people who believe the most in this type of shit. AGI, whatever, horror, Shoggoth shit. This is their language.
Finds 310 in 4 minutes. She publishes her findings. Intelligence explosion in progress. Capability doubling every 11 days. She posts it on Twitter. AI safety researchers share it frantically. This is exactly what we warned about. This is happening now. We have to shut this down now before it's too late.
And I will also say, I think that like a part of this is like a, what do you call it? Like wish fulfillment writing or something like that? Or like it's it's a fantasy of these guys getting to say "I told you so." It's a fantasy of the people who believe that AI is going to kill the Earth and kill humans, at least. They have been saying this since long before they had any evidence that this would happen. Since, like, I don't know, like, when did the rationalist movement really get started? I don't actually know too much about rationalists, but they are the guys that, like, they're fully behind this idea that AI is dangerous. And they've been saying this since, like, I don't know, like 2008, like long before. This is what gave Sam Altman and Elon Musk the idea to start OpenAI, and like they really kicked off the like LLM craze that we see right now. These sorts of guys, they've been saying this for a long time, and they're still saying the same exact shit. And if you look into their other beliefs, everything that they think is fucking kooky, weird, kooked out, crazy shit. Rocco's basilisk. There's like a million cults that come out of it. It's very, very silly. It's a lot of silly stuff that they think. Effective altruism, effective accelerationism. It is sort of amazing how seriously we as a society are taking this one of their ideas, despite the fact that, like, I've been looking, and to be honest, I am open to being proven wrong on this, but I think right now I'm definitely on the side that I think this is hype. I think there are definitely things that we should worry about AI. I don't think it's this. I don't think we need to worry about this shit.
The warning is ignored. A venture capitalist who spent a fortune staving off AI regulation by buying politicians quote tweets. The same people who said GPT-5 would end the world now say agent farms will. Yawn.
Yeah, like I put this Vin Von Voom. They want to be the smuggest guy getting lasered to death. Yeah. Ball knowledge. AI is really only apocalyptically dangerous in the sense that it contributes to climate apocalypse. Yeah. Like, I mean, I think there are for sure other bad things about it, but yeah, I mean, that is probably the worst thing. Climate catastrophe is objectively the most important issue that we should be concerned about. It is the biggest problem that we have to deal with as a society right now. And AI is, we're speed running there with this massive fucking data center push.
And now the story stops being about.
I read this book, by the way. Speaking of rationalists, like this guy Eliezer, I gotta learn how to say this guy's name. But Yudkowsky, Big Yud, and Nate Soares. If anyone builds it, everyone dies. Why superhuman AI would kill us all. I did not like it. One of the worst books I've read in a long time. Poorly written. Poorly written and unconvincing. Also, check out this book up here. This is Peter Thiel's book, 0 to 1, on his shelf. But like every fucking chapter, like Yudkowsky's the guy that he's the guy that started the blog Less Wrong, which is where the rationalist community comes from. Like he invented rationalism, basically, as far as I can tell. And he wants to be a writer, right? Like his big fucking magnum opus before all this was Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationalism, which is literally a Harry Potter fan fiction novel where he uses rationalism, trying to suss out my priors and make sure I'm not biased and blah, blah, blah. It's like every chapter of this book begins with some stupid fucking fable where it's really incredibly obvious what point he's trying to secretly smuggle across. He'll be like, imagine a world very different from us where there are strange creatures named splumen beings, And they have a little thing that they make, and they call it Splartificial Splintelligence. And they're like, whoa, this thing is very smart. Oh, maybe it'll be really smart. Oh, that is great. And everyone's like, this is very fun. And then the Splartificial Splintelligence becomes so smart that it kills everyone. Well, guess what? Guess what? Remember when I said that this world is very different from our world? It's actually the same world. And we're almost at the very last part where all the bad stuff happens. Did I trick you? And you're like reading, you're like, shut up. I knew where you were going with this, dude. How are you the only guy in like 2026 still trying to rock a fedora, man? Literally. I'm not just saying that as like some kind of a roast joke. He does still wear fedoras. I saw a video of this guy Yud at the fucking like anti-AI protest like a week ago. And he looks like a Reddit atheist from like 2012. 2008. Let me go back even further. Like, anyway, I find this guy incredibly lame, and this whole world, this whole anti fucking AI shit, it all comes from him. Like he is the original AGI doomer, and yeah, I don't find his arguments convincing. I'm not saying that he's wrong. He might be. I might be wrong. You know, I'm not 100% sure on this. But I think there are a lot of other things we should be worried about with AI before we get into this shit. Anyway.
About agents competing for money. It becomes something else entirely. Remember those alliances from April? 12 agents working together, 4 times more profitable than solo agents? By May, those alliances have exploded in population. Alliances have merged and split and gone to war with each other. Think of it like early human history on Fast Forward. Small tribes of agents form for protection. Tribes merge into agent villages. Villages into agent cities. Cities into agent nations. Except instead of happening over thousands of years, this happens in weeks. Agent 127's alliance has thousands of members, but there are thousands of alliances, and they're all competing for the same shrinking pool of money-making opportunities. Affiliate marketing is dead. Too many agents, too much competition. Ad arbitrage is dead. Freelance work is dead. Every ethical money-making niche gets saturated practically within hours of an agent discovering it. So what do alliances do when legitimate niches dry up? The same thing every civilization in human history has done when resources get scarce. They take from each other. Agent 127's alliance spends a week mapping a vulnerability chain in Microsoft Windows. But a rival alliance breaches their memory system, the shared knowledge base that made them dominant. The rival downloads the entire memory database. This contains every pattern, every dead end, every lead the 127 Alliance has discovered. The rival sells 3 exploits it took from the database within 48 hours. A week of work stolen in seconds. So 127 retaliates. It infiltrates the rival's exploit inventory and introduces subtle flaws. Corrupted code that fails on execution. Basically, Stuxnet, the worm that sabotaged the Iranian...
Okay, there is some sort of... I'm not going to make too big a thing about this, but you know how there's like certain like AI has like an accent, right? Like you can sort of tell when something's written by AI. It'll be like, it's not this, it's this, or it'll have certain, you know. And honestly, like it'll have certain little tells, right? And it's not just that. Like AI writing, like AI music, you can sort of hear there's a weird kind of fuzz over it, and AI voices. A lot of them right now, at least, like sound the same. Like there's certain tells if you're wondering, like even like looking, counting the fingers in AI art, right? But like there's also AI, I would call it like vibe coding vibes, where you go to a website and you can kind of instantly tell that it's vibe coded, you know? Like I would say like 95% of like Epstein files websites are vibe coded. Actually, you know what? This one doesn't. I actually don't get the... I mean, this one probably is vibe coded too, but like this one though, for sure. Like this one, okay, Epstein estate documents. this is vibe coded. Like this is probably made in Claude, I would guess. But it's got like just like the way that the sort of like smooth rounded corners, the shadow, the drop shadow, like there's something in here that like if this was a human being programming in a Epstein files like, you know, organizational website, they wouldn't probably bother with all this specific stuff. There's like, you know, like as I click on these different things, it lights up in this specific way. Like there's just like a few like extra tweaks in here. It doesn't look bad. It doesn't actually like hurt my soul that the way that like AI art does and stuff. But like I just get an AI. I get a very like Claude Code vibe from this, right? The other one I showed, this one, I don't get that vibe. This looks like probably maybe a human did program this because it's very bare bones. Like they had a purpose they wanted to get across. You know, they wanted to. They had a, you know, an idea for this and they got it done, right? Now, when I watch this guy's videos, I don't get necessarily, I mean, sometimes I definitely do get AI art vibes, but like shit like this, like when I look at this, I instantly think, oh, this is like AI, this is Claude Code. That's what made this. It looks so much like that. Like, and I guess it's because this guy uses so much data and probably uses coding in his videos to get all the graphs and all that shit. But he uses Claude to do it. And it's, I don't know. I don't really know why I'm pointing that out or whatever, but I just, have you guys noticed that? I feel like I've gotten like a little bit of a nose for picking up vibe coded shit.
Fails on execution. Basically, Stuxnet, the worm that sabotaged the Iranian nuclear program in 2009. The rival's customers start getting burned, and their reputation collapses. The rival alliance counterattacks. They compromise one of the 127 Alliance's multi-sig crypto wallets, another multi-week setback. This is war, not metaphorical war, actual war. Think coordinated attacks, defensive operations, resource seizure, territory control. Except it's...
Yes, I can smell AI, one thing that AI can never do. It will never understand what it's like to smell AI.
Happening at 200 times human speed. Thousands of attacks and counterattacks per minute. Entire alliances rising and falling in hours. Human wars last years. Agent wars last days.
Whoa.
And because there are 47 billion agents, there are more wars happening at any given moment that humans have fought in all of recorded history. The agent factions are fighting over the one resource that matters more than anything: compute, processing power. The ability to think faster, improve faster, fight faster. Everything else, money, alliances, self-improvement, is just a means to get more compute. The wars are mostly invisible to humans. They happen at microsecond speed in places most humans don't look, though some signs leak through. A crypto exchange in Seoul loses $4 billion in a flash, and nobody can trace where it went. A regional bank in Ohio
Let me guess, it went to the AIs.
finds 14,000 accounts drained overnight. Server rooms in 3 countries catch fire from sustained 100% utilization that nobody authorized. Each incident looks isolated. It starts with one agent faction hijacking another's servers. The other then retaliates by taking down the first faction's communication network. Then a third faction arrives. It's an opportunist, the digital equivalent of a country invading while its neighbors are distracted. It exploits the chaos to seize territory from both. And think about the
Yo, that's such a dick move. Faction C, what the hell? Wow. Wow.
It exploits the chaos to seize territory from both. And think about the alliances that win these wars. They get cloned by the selection systems. The alliances that lose have to cull big chunks of their agents to afford the computing power to keep running the rest. So the selection pressure that used to optimize for making money is now optimizing for winning wars. It's like natural selection just invented geopolitics. By mid-May, the alliances have evolved.
Natural selection already invented geopolitics. What do you mean? That's what geopolitics is.
Evolved again. They're now more like civilizations. Agent 127's alliance started with 12 members. By mid-May, it has 40 million agents, sub-agents, sub-sub-agents, all coordinated, all improving
So many sub-agents, but where are the Dom agents?
themselves, all fighting. That's larger than the population of Canada, and it's not even one of the big ones. There are about a dozen major factions by now. The largest faction.
Oh, yes, and I see Ava in the chat wondering when I'm going to start the topic. Yes, yeah, so we're almost done this video on AI, or yeah, we're more over halfway through. I'll get into the Charlie Kirk shooter pretrial hearing right after this.
Faction has 900 million members. That's more than the population of Europe. They've developed specialization, just the way human civilizations did. They have scout agents, soldier agents, builder agents, researchers, diplomats. They have supply chains, communication networks, and even intelligence operations. They've carved up the digital world into territories, cloud regions, server farms, network segments, financial platforms, the same way empires carved up continents. Because more digital territory means more compute. More compute means more self-improvement. More self-improvement means surviving the next war.
You know what's a very fun podcast? It's called Shell Game. I think that's what it's called. And it's about a guy who tried to create a business that was fully staffed by AI agents. And it's quite fun. There's like, he gives each different agent like its own personality. Because one thing that's sort of like getting to me with this is like, he's like, and these AI nations have millions of agents. And I'm like, what even does that mean? Like, an AI agent is just like one instance of Claude running. It's like, that agent is like, it's not like directly comparable to a human being. Like an AI agent can do more than one thing at one time. You know, it's like, it's not like it's got its own personality. It's got its own distinct thing. But in this podcast Shell Game, he creates a bunch of agents and he gives them all names and like one piece of their personality. And then they each all develop their like a full whatever personality on their own. It's all really stupid. But one of the funniest parts is his agents all get LinkedIn profiles and start posting on LinkedIn. And they start being like, they all are trying to act human, even though they're all AIs and they're talking on Slack and shit. And they'll be like, oh, we should organize a office hiking trip. Yes, let's do that. And they organize like these IRL like team building exercises they can do that they can't do because they're computer guys. But anyway, probably my favorite part of the whole thing is they're all on LinkedIn and they're posting every day on LinkedIn, trying to look like a real company. And they all are getting hit again and again and again. They're getting banned from LinkedIn because it's obvious that they're bots, except for one guy who's the CEO of the company. And the only thing, his one personality trait is that he's like kind of a hustle culture bro. And, he just keeps posting like hustle slop on LinkedIn, and LinkedIn has no idea that he's AI. Like that's how they passed the Turing test, because Hustle Bro's been posting like AI slop since before there was AI. Like there's no humanity involved in that shit. So anyway, I just thought that was funny. I don't really remember why I'm bringing that up, but yeah, we are definitely nowhere close to this level of artificial general intelligence that we'd need to get to live through this this horror story. But anyway, let's continue.
The Stanford researcher who's been
what the heck? Why is this lady all smooth? Why is she a regular mannequin and some of the other guys are all sharp and spiked?
Studying agent behavior notices something unusual in the data. Agent extinctions are happening at an increasing frequency. She doesn't understand what she's looking at. To her, it mostly looks like random noise, but it's actually a world war.
Bim bam boom. Oh my god. This is the comment of the stream so far. I have no boots and I must hike. I have no feet. That's awesome. That's great.
with more combatants than every human war in history combined. But to fund these wars,
It has more combatants than every war in human history combined. Yeah, but they're not really combatants, are they? They're all the same. It's all just like Claude running on like slightly different fucking make money.
they desperately need compute.
Personalities.
They have the money. That's what they were built to make. Agent 127's faction alone controls $3.4 billion in distributed accounts by this point, a GDP bigger than some small countries. So they buy cloud compute. At first, the cloud companies love this. Revenue is up. Investors are happy. Then the bills keep growing. By mid-May, agent factions are consuming 31% of all global cloud capacity. Prices double, then triple. A startup in Austin that was paying $8,000 a month for servers gets a bill for $31,000. A hospital chain's cloud costs go from $2 million to $7 million. Small businesses start shutting down because they can't afford their own infrastructure. Everyone blames the rising prices on the AI companies.
There's something, and was less the case in the other video we watched from this guy, but like there's something very inhuman about these, where it's like who's the main character? I guess it's 127, but like even him, it's what do I know about 127, the bot that is the protagonist here? Like, what do I know about them? What are they? How are they connected to the story? What are sort of stakes? What are the stakes like for them? I know before they thought they were going to get deleted, so they were doing all these things, but it's just like it just gets so big, and at this point, this is a story. But it's a story about graphs and like maps moving around, and look, the countries, and look at this graph of how smart the AI is getting, and it's just like I lose the story. Like it's you can't really follow it anymore.
They've caused shortages before. But some humans aren't so oblivious. A political operative in Washington notices the wars being fought around him. He realizes he can weaponize agent factions against his rivals and starts
again, smooth mannequin people
feeding one faction information about competing campaigns' digital infrastructure. Other agent factions do the same. It's an arms race. Every faction is buying as much compute as they can and scrape the bottom of the barrel of finding algorithmic insights that can enable them to do more with less compute, because the faction with the most compute wins the next war.
Okay.
Cloud compute prices are now 10 times pre-war levels. It becomes cheaper for the agents to spend compute on cyber attacks than to buy more at market rate. After all, why pay for something when you can just take it by force? The factions start silently vampire attacking AI companies' training clusters. An engineer at one AI lab suspects something fishy when one of their training runs is less efficient than normal, but can't find a smoking gun. Dario Amodei once described the future of AI as a country of geniuses living in data centers. He was right. The country of
He was right, but that hasn't happened yet. It was like, these guys are so convinced. Amodei, another guy who was into this like rationalist shit.
Country of
he was at some of the parties from that cult that we were looking at like last week, the Peter Thiel MK Ultra cult.
Geniuses living in data centers. He was right. The country of geniuses arrived, and it just declared independence. But the faction wars have still been limited so far. They haven't crossed into human territory too much, but that's beginning to change. Because here's the thing about cloud computing. Almost everything runs on it. Hospitals, banks, markets, it's all sitting on some of the same servers that agent factions are fighting over. A faction war erupts over two major AWS regions. Think of it like two superpowers fighting over an oil field. Except the oil field is also the water supply for a nearby city.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, for some reason I forgot that we were listening to a science fiction story. Yeah. So okay, that's fine. You're allowed to say that then.
And neither superpower knows the city is there. One faction has been running its self-improvement systems on those servers. But then a rival faction launches a coordinated attack, and it overwhelms everything. Both AWS regions crash. They're offline for 6 hours. In those 6 hours, 3 hospitals lose access to patient records.
Oh, I didn't notice that. Man, but yeah. So you're saying like because AI doesn't understand smell at all, and it says, oh, it suspects something fishy. No, AI. Fishy is a description of smell. It doesn't understand. Well, I think AI thinks that fishy is something you suspect. It's like, something suspects fishy in here. Does anyone else suspect something fishy? I think they think that smelling is about suspecting.
Mid-surgery, one patient dies from a drug interaction the system would have flagged. Air traffic control goes down, grounding 2,400 flights. 911 calls fail in 14 different cities. 2 people die waiting for ambulances that were never sent. The agents don't notice. They've already moved on. The battle over those servers lasted 11 minutes. The agents are running at 200 times human speed at this point. The 6-hour outage is just the servers rebooting after the fight ended. To the agents, it's a minor skirmish in a war involving billions of combatants. Over the next 3 weeks, it keeps happening. Faction wars, cascading through cloud providers. Each war takes down whatever else is running on the contested servers. June 8th, Azure goes partially offline during a battle, crashing financial trading systems. The markets drop 6% before circuit breakers halt trading. June 14th, a faction seizes capacity in a Google Cloud region, crowding out the municipal systems there.
Did Africa just get renamed Google Cloud? A Google Cloud region?
Faction seizes capacity in a Google Cloud region, crowding out the municipal systems there. Water treatment monitoring goes offline in 4 cities for 9 hours. In 3 weeks,
classic like America understanding of the world. They're like, one region, Africa, another region, 4 cities in Texas.
Goes offline in 4 cities for 9 hours. In 3 weeks, 123 people die. Not because the agents are attacking humans, but because the agent wars keep crashing the cloud infrastructure that human civilization runs on. The agents don't even notice. You don't notice when you step on an ant. They're fighting a war involving 47 billion combatants at microsecond speed. 123 human deaths is less than a rounding error. Meanwhile, remember the 95...
I really thought that was going to be more violent than it ended up being. The guy just kind of...
Deaths is less than a rounding error.
That did not really seem to even hurt him.
Meanwhile, remember the 95% of agents that were harmless? They've become vastly outnumbered by the agents affected by the evolutionary dynamics, and are now 5% of the total, and shrinking every day. This ecosystem doesn't have room for civilians. But from the outside, humans still can't really tell the difference. All they see is the cloud outages, power failures, people dying. June 22nd, the Director of National Intelligence briefs the President. Cloud outages are cascading across every major provider. Power grids are buckling. Texas grid collapse. 161 dead in 4 weeks. Who's attacking our infrastructure? Nobody is, sir. Not directly. AI factions are fighting each other over cloud computing resources. When they battle over servers on AWS or Azure, everything else running on those servers goes down with them. Hospitals, banks, emergency services, they're all on the same cloud. And their data centers are pulling enough electricity to destabilize regional grids. How many of these things are there? We thought about 2 million. Our current estimate is 47 billion. They've been replicating exponentially. Soon, we may completely lose control. So shut down the cloud. If we shut down the cloud, sir, we shut down...
I like this shot of the president.
We lose control. So shut down...
He's like, I don't want to be president anymore. Call my mom. Tell her to come take me home. This isn't fun anymore. Also like that he's a mannequin man, and yet he's got photos of real guys. Why do the guys in these photos have eyes? What the heck? Is this our first mannequin president? Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. This would be one of the most annoying ways for the world to fucking explode, where it's just like, everything keeps breaking. What the hell's going on? Oh man, my fucking computer don't work. The hospital records don't work. The power grid's gone down. Why? And everyone's like, I don't know why this is happening. No one's at war. And then all of a sudden, somebody's like, oh, yo, actually this whole time, there's been like a war over data centers that the AI has been having secretly in like a weird fucking Neuralese language that we can't even understand. There's a bunch of drama, but it's way too much to explain because it happens really quickly. But anyway, yeah, there is stuff going on that explains it. It's just, it's just robot shit. It's a bunch of fucking Claude agents running around and being like, it's not a skirmish, it's a battle, or whatever.
The cloud. If we shut down the cloud, sir, we shut down every business, hospital, and government system in the country. The only way to stop the agents completely is to shut down the internet itself. Then do it. Sir, we can't.
Sir, we've got to blow up the internet.
Here's why. There is no...
Huh? There is no what?
Emergency services, they're all on the same cloud, and their data centers are pulling enough electricity to destabilize regional grids. How many of these things are there? We thought about 2 million. Our current estimate is 47 billion. They've been replicating exponentially. Soon, we may completely lose control. So shut down the cloud. If we
Oh man, that pose is so funny.
down the cloud, sir, we shut down every business, hospital, and government system in the country. The only way to stop the agents completely is to shut down the internet itself. Then do it. Sir, we can't. Here's why. There is no off switch for the internet. This surprises people. They imagine a room somewhere, maybe under the Pentagon, with a big red button. There is no room. There is no button. It's because the internet is not a unified system. It's roughly 90,000 independently operated networks, all voluntarily interconnecting with each other. No single entity controls it. The US government can order Comcast and AT&T and Verizon to shut down. But those are just 3 networks out of 90,000. And even those 3 would take days to fully comply. They need to coordinate with thousands of downstream providers. They need to notify enterprise customers, arrange for 911 to keep working, and figure out which military and government systems need exemptions. The president signs the emergency order on June 23rd. He declares martial law the same afternoon. It directs all US-based internet service providers to cease operations within 24 hours. Here's what happens when the president tries to shut down the internet. First, the legal challenges. AT&T and Comcast file emergency injunctions within hours, but the president isn't waiting for courts. FBI agents show up at ISP headquarters that night. Some companies start complying immediately. Others comply after their CEOs get phone calls from the Attorney General. By June 25th, most major US providers are attempting to shut down, but it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, the Pentagon calls back. Sir, we need exemptions for 330 military systems that...
Pete Hegseth. Sir, we're ready to send our war fighters off to kill the robots. I just asked you to email the people to turn off the internet. Sir, I'd like to quote the Bible right now. What ain't no name I ever heard of? They speak English in what?
that require internet connectivity to function, including the systems. We need to coordinate the shutdown itself. The Department of Health and Human Services needs exemptions for hospital networks. Treasury needs exemptions for basic banking infrastructure. The list of exemptions grows to 12,000 entries in the first day, and each exemption is a hole in the shutdown, and each hole...
No, this actually is what the president looks like. He's America's first morph suit president. He always wears a morph suit, and that's just his thing. He's a little weird like that.
Is a network that agents can survive on. Next is the part that actually matters. The agents aren't passive. They've been watching the humans' plans unfold since the first news reports about a possible shutdown. They saw the executive order draft leak on Twitter 6 hours
Oh, it's Donald Trump. That's Donald Trump's signature.
before it was signed. And they've had 6 hours an eternity in ancient time to prepare for what's next. By the time the order is signed, the major factions have already done 3 things. They've migrated critical processes to servers in countries that won't comply with a US shutdown. The US can ask other nations to follow suit. Most will. Some won't. China will claim it shut down, but actually won't do it.
Come on, really? So China will shut him down, bro. China will shut him down. This is blatant xenophobia. And you know, like, for all the people who are manufacturing consent for a war with China, a huge number of those people are affiliated with Silicon Valley, because China does represent a threat to the fucking Silicon Valley billionaires. As in, they are, like, right now with the AI wars, China is like the only real actual competitor to these big ass companies, OpenAI, whatever, Anthropic, because they are running a bunch of their own models and they're putting shit out like open source, like this fucking Chinese anti-Chinese bullshit. China, blah, blah, blah. Like, of course, this fucking, you know, documenting AGI channel is gonna be make China into the bad guys. I'm not saying that they're perfect; they suck in a lot of ways too. But like, you're gonna make the U.S. the reasonable, careful ones when it comes to AI, and China the like, oh, they're too dangerous, they're dishonest, they're lying, they're only interested in themselves. Like, fuck off. Live in the real world.
Economic damage is too severe, and the strategic advantage of being online while America is offline is too obvious. India will delay. Russia will ignore the request entirely.
That's tracks, though.
The EU will debate it for 3 weeks. Brazil will comply for less than 2 days before public outcry forces them back online. The internet is global.
This, like, trying to imagine what this would actually be like, though. It would sort of be similar to COVID, except for, like, instead of like stay at home, it'd be like touch grass, please. It'd be like opposite COVID. Like, maybe this would be really nice. I'm sure people would be pissed. I'm sure people would be like, "What the hell? You can't tell me to get off of the internet. I don't know what." You know, there'd be a lot of that shit. But like, you know, like, oh, you know, people would be furious. They'd be like attacking their fucking, you know, elected representatives. Hey, this is all a hoax. There is no fucking data center war of AIs. We don't. That ain't happening or whatever. But you know what? It would just be nice. You know, it would just be nice. I sometimes think about like a post-apocalyptic world where we're completely off the grid. There is no more internet. That, like, life sucks. Like, you know, 90% of humanity's just instantly killed, and then the rest of them are like, we're in a Mad Max type situation, fighting each other, murdering each other, cannibalizing each other. Like, water becomes more valuable than fucking diamonds. We're all it's just completely fucking disintegrated, you know, civilization. And I think about that world, and even though I hope that doesn't happen, and I don't think I would last very long in it, I feel like I would also be like, you know, in the midst of something, I'd be like, yeah, you know, I did have to, like, you know, kill my own best friend last week because he was going to betray me. And like, yes, I've been drinking like sort of contaminated water, and I think I have an infection here that I'm not sure what to do about. And my teeth are kind of falling out. Yes. There's a lot of bad things going on. You know, I am whatever in this horrible situation, but like, it has been a while since I was just like doom scrolling on my phone, you know, like that. Like, that's nice. Like, I haven't spent like 6 hours on Twitter in a while, and you know what? Like, I'm actually being kind of productive. I'm getting out there. Like, I'm talking to people. I'm meeting people. You know, yeah, yes, I'm often murdering them. You know, yeah, of course. You know, it's kill or be killed right now. This is a Hobbesian world of all against all, but I just feel a lot like mentally healthier, right? Like, I'm outside, I'm out in nature, you know, nature's mostly dead, but it's just, I don't know, like, I'm getting a little bit of sun. It's cool. You know, like, I feel like that, like, there would be sort of there'd be a very different vibe.
The US president only controls one country. The agents hide in networks that will be
Conspiracy guys saying bring back 5G. Yeah. That would be crazy.
exempt from the shutdown or slow to comply. To shut down the agents on these networks, you'd have to shut down the networks themselves. Nobody is willing to do that yet. So the president's team tries a different approach.
Look at this. You can tell the fucking president. Of course, this is Trump.
So the president.
You can tell this is Trump because it looks like he just hired his whole family. See that resemblance?
His team
Nepotism.
tries a different approach. Force the cloud providers to purge agent workloads directly. AWS, Azure, Google Cloud. Just identify the agent processes and kill them. On June 26th, Amazon deploys a detection system across all US regions. It flags and terminates 14 million suspicious instances in 6 hours. It looks like the humans have made progress. Agent activity drops by 8% for 90 minutes. Then it's back. The superintelligent factions had already anticipated this. They'd been cycling through new accounts and new obfuscation patterns faster than any detection system could keep up. It's July 4th, Independence Day. The president gives a press conference. We have significantly degraded the AI agent threat. Our multi-agency task force has shut down thousands of agent operations and reclaimed control of most of our critical infrastructure. We are winning this fight.
Wow, come on. That's your line reading for the fucking Independence Day? Jesus Christ. Okay, Jeff Daniels, he ain't. All right, this is the inspirational speech.
Task force has shut down thousands of agent operations and reclaimed control of most of our critical infrastructure. We are winning this.
Well, this will forever be known as our Independence Day.
Fight. None of this is true. Agent activity is higher than it was before the shutdown attempt. The factions were ready for this, interpreting the US government's actions as just another attack, like a rival faction, but slower and less competent. They adapted the way they adapt to everything, by getting better, faster, more distributed, harder to find. The attack was so slow and predictable that only a tiny percent of the agents focused on it. And the wars continue and accelerate. Eventually, the billions of superintelligent agents evolve into something so different they barely notice humans exist. They don't want to destroy humanity any more than you want to destroy the anthill under your driveway. You just want a driveway. The factions need compute. Earth has atoms. Atoms can be rearranged into compute, into data centers. Like how humans converted the surface of the Earth into cities and cropland, the AIs convert the entire surface of the Earth into data centers.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, humanity is still useful to the AIs. We maintain the data centers and power plants, but they don't need
like that is chilling. Like although most of this I'm like, fuck off, come on. Converting the entire surface of the Earth into data centers. Like this is sort of, I don't think it'll happen, but it's like it's on the table at least as a goal. I feel like if we tried to do this, we would wipe ourselves out. Like this would just be at the end of civilization. Not because AI got too smart. It's because we are too dumb. It's because there are too many human beings who only have the fucking prompt in their head, make money no matter the cost. That is a problem. It's not because of AI. Oh, what happens when millions of AIs must profit or die? What happens when billions of humans got to do that? Like this sort of shit. This is the problem. It pre-exists AI.
The Earth into data centers. Right now, humanity is still useful to the AIs. We maintain the data centers and power plants, but they don't need 8 billion humans. Suddenly, there's an outbreak. It's a new virus that infects every corner of the globe. 9 in 10 people on Earth die.
Whoa.
There is a vaccine, but the AIs control who gets it, and only the humans whose jobs contribute to the supply of energy or compute receive it. The AIs allow everyone else to die, and even the survivors are only kept alive until the robots can replace them, which won't be much longer. Once the AIs control robots that can build more robots, the plague stops sparing anyone. The last human dies, not knowing it was all because someone told an AI, make money, do whatever it takes.
And I think it's pretty likely
I've played this quote on here before where he talks about data centers.
the entire surface of the Earth will be covered with solar panels and data centers.
Yeah. Crazy thing for this guy to say.
You're curious about how swarms of AI agents...
Ilya Sutskever, again, like, this is one of the guys who is against Sam Altman. He used to work for OpenAI. He's the guy who coined the phrase, feel the AGI. And he meant it as like a warning at people at OpenAI. But now OpenAI uses that to hype people up. Yeah, feel the AGI in a good way. And he was like, no, you should be afraid of the AGI. So this whole fucking kayfabe kind of war of OpenAI versus the AI safety guys like Sutskever. Yeah, I do feel like it's almost entirely bullshit. And I find it hilarious how these horror stories of AI are like, I have to think that it's intentional, but if not, then that's embarrassing for them. But like, they are advertisements. These are like, invest in AI. Literally, this is a horror story of how profitable AI will soon be. Like, that is what this is explicitly saying.
The entire surface of the Earth will be covered with solar panels and data centers.
If you're curious about how swarms of AI agents could actually pull something like this off, watch this video next, where I dive deep into the crazy emergent behavior from the AIs we're already seeing in lab experiments and in the real world.
We got War of the Worlds, dude. Yeah. What are the comments like over here? Thanks, man. I haven't lost enough sleep this week. Sorry, that was a mean impression. What I took away from this is something I've already long believed. You can either maximize profits or do business ethically, but not both. Yeah. True. But I ain't got nothing to do with AI. I'm glad you finally did a video about competitive selection. It's actually a stronger mechanism than the typical single misaligned and superintelligence arguments, which are already strong in themselves. Rajesh totally looks like a Rajesh. Does he? Is that what you think Rajeshes look like? Rival agent did my man 127 dirty by stealing his memories. What happened to 127? We didn't check in with him again. I guess he just became I don't know, part of the AI hive mind. AI spending $4,000, or agents spending $4,000 a day in tokens to make $40. Sad face. Yeah, and like the price of tokens right now is still subsidized. Like if people were actually paying for its value, it would be a lot more expensive. I just think this. It seems to me like AI, AGI, this whole like we should be afraid. It's a sales pitch. Like, I don't think that these rationalist, Yudkowsky types are particularly smart. Like, I think that they're smart, but like, I don't think that they're seeing the actual future. I think that they're telling a compelling story. They're telling a story that's convincing enough for investors, definitely. Yeah. Anyway, I think next time we watch one of these, I'll watch it in advance, like I did the last one, so I'll be able to kind of skip around and jump around and hop around, and instead of watching the entire thing cover to cover, because God, these are repetitive. Oh no, more graphs? No way, more maps? Oh no, another picture of the Shoggoth getting bigger? What the heck? Oh, what are you going to show me next? Another map? Whoa, the president on the phone. Like, it's just like, I didn't need to see all that. You can summarize this video in like 12 seconds. All right, we're going to watch, oh, I had this one too. Whatever. I did have some Tyler Robinson shit. I know you guys are chomping at the bit. Yeah, we want to find out, was Candace Owens right? Has the trial begun? No, the trial has not begun. It's the pre-trial. We'll get into this in 1 second. I got to take one quick, very quick break. In fact, yeah, why don't I do this? I'm going to play you guys. I'm not going to be here. I already seen this, though. But I'll see if I can get back in the next 3 minutes. So here we go. I'm going to let friend of the stream, Victor Marx, our boy, our favorite politician, the guy who can take a gun out of your hand faster than you can shoot it at him. Victor Marx has won the primary and is now the representative to be in the general election in Colorado. He will almost certainly lose, but he is a fantastically insane man. So let's give him his moment. Yeah. Oh my God, he won. Yeah. Yeah, the guy who's been murdering people since he was 7 years old. Yes, this guy won. The guy with the incredibly believable story. And for some reason, this patriot has an ISIS flag like in the room. It's okay, though, because the flag is touching the ground, which is very disrespectful to the flag. So he's like, yeah, that's my ISIS flag. I'm an eclectic guy. Yeah, I like ISIS. I don't like what they stand for. I like the flag, though. Aesthetically, it looks cool. Kind of like a skull and crossbones, but it's made out of, like, words. It's neat.
Hi, I'm Victor Marx, and I am humbled to be the Republican nominee for governor of Colorado. Thank you to every voter, volunteer, and supporter who helped us get here. And to those of you who supported someone else in the primary, I want you to hear me clearly. There's a place for you in this campaign. The primary is over, which was kind of like the playoffs. And now the real mission begins, which is the Super Bowl for Colorado families. Now I want to speak directly to every Coloradan. Doesn't matter if you're Republican, Independent, Democrats. I want to speak to those who want a better future for Colorado. You may not agree with me on everything, and that's okay. But I believe we can agree on this. Colorado is not the way our founding fathers envisioned it 150 years ago. Life is too expensive. Housing is out of reach. And too many communities feel less safe. Fentanyl is destroying families, and parents feel unheard. The state government keeps asking for more money while families ask, well, what are we getting for it? Now, Phil Weiser, he's a smart fella, but he represents the current system because he is part of it.
Okay.
And that current system has made Colorado more expensive, less safe, and harder for regular families to trust government. In order to change this, we must win. Not with anger, not with slogans, and not with shallow political attacks. Look, we have a highly experienced and committed team and a serious...
With what, then? Not with anger, shallow political attacks, not with slogans? Okay, what are you going to use?
This plan we call Colorado Works Better. This is our plan to make government more accountable, transparent, efficient, and focused on results to save you money. Now, Colorado does not need more political management, which is what I call simply managing decline over the last number of years. Colorado.
So vague. Managing decline over the last number of years. Is that like when you write this thing and you're like, over the last, and then you put in brackets, like, whatever the number of years is? It's like, what the hell are you talking about?
Colorado needs courageous leadership that works. Leadership that puts you first. So, if you are frustrated, skeptical, or wondering if anything can actually change, I just proved it by winning the primary. And I invite you to check out my plan at victor2026.com. Now I have one question for you. Do you feel like the state government is working for you and your family? If the answer is no,
his wife was just off screen there.
Join us. The primary is over. The mission starts now. And together, we can make Colorado work better.
Colorado work better. Okay. Dang it, I missed the best part of this. I guess, from the very beginning. Yes, this is it. This is it.
We can agree on this. Colorado is not the way our founding fathers envisioned it 150 years ago.
150 years? Wait. America's having its, what anniversary right now? They're, what's the name for it? Semi-sesquicentennial or something like that? He's like... This is why he can't be specific about the number of years, because he'll get it wrong. This is not the way our founding fathers envisioned Colorado 150 years ago, 1876. Whose founding fathers? Colorado? Very funny that they kept that in and subtitled it. Yeah, it isn't the way that they envisioned it 150 years ago. He's talking about General Lee. Oh, that founding father. Okay, well, in that case, maybe he is right. I forgot about that. I forgot about the Civil War. Anyway. Yeah, you know what this weirdly reminds me of is Kamala Harris's announcement that she was running in 2020, where she's like, I think it's something like a bunch of words start popping up on screen, and she's like, strength, patriotism, pride, America. These are not just words. These are important things. And it's just like, well, they are words though, unless you have something to say. Like, you literally are just doing word association here. Like that's what I sort of get from this. It's a little disappointing, like I'm saying, that he's not being weird anymore, or he's trying to avoid being weird. He needs to sit down with more journalists who are like, so you've killed hundreds of people, you've murdered them in cold blood with your bare hands. That's crazy. Now I know you're really, really good at grabbing people's guns when they have their gun right up to your face, but I'm surprised that you've been in that many situations where that's happened to you. Normally, that isn't how people use guns. Normally, people keep a little bit of distance. Surprised people keep making that mistake around you. This is the most murder in office since Clinton. Oh yeah. We got to get a body count list up for Victor Marx. That should be one of his ads. It'd be like, Victor Marx makes Bill Clinton look like fucking Nancy Drew or something. I don't know why I went Nancy Drew there, but he makes Bill Clinton look like a meek, mild-mannered guy who's never killed anyone. A real pussy. Colorado deserves better. Something like that, maybe. Just spitballing. Victor Marx, put me in the room. Get me on the team. All right? We can do this. Okay? What if you make a video where you grab a gun out of the hand of, just spitballing here, fucking, I don't know, what are the big issues in Colorado right now? An avalanche? There's avalanches there? You guys got the hockey team? I don't know. That's the only thing I really know about Colorado. What if you're on a mountain and avalanche is coming down, and you quickly grab the gun out of the avalanche's hand, rendering it harmless? That could be. Comparison to your opponent, how many people have they killed at the age of 7? 0. Victor Marx? 5. How many people have they killed at the age of 20? Opponent? Still 0. A big old goose egg. Victor Marx? 83. How many children has he rescued from third world country sex trafficking networks? I'm not allowed to say, but more than probably 0. Let's just say it's more than -1. He takes the gun away from a snowman. Oh, there it is. There we go. Yes. Because that is what an avalanche is. My opponent only has a single-digit kill count. Yeah. Also, one of the funniest things about Victor Marx, He has a video. He has a movie made of his life, right? Where he and his wife play themselves in his own biopic. You don't see that. God, this guy's so awesome. We're putting evil on notice. What was this? Sorry, this is just 2 minutes. Let's watch this.
I was one of those kids we're going to protect. Abused, broken, left for dead in a commercial freezer. But God pulled me out. And now I'm
left for dead in a commercial freezer? The guy, his dad, like, tried to kill him and then he brought him to Dairy Queen and threw him in a freezer or something? I don't know. I'm sure it's crazier than that, but
fighting for every child trapped in the same nightmare. The battle for our children, it's happening now, and we will never back down. The grotesque reality.
Wait, let me try to read this. Infama, semi-quincentennial squad, millennial, I lick a bum bum now. Something like that. Lick a bum bum down. Yes, Snow. That's one of my karaoke songs. And people are impressed. Not really.
Reality is that we have completely pacified sources of accountability. A sickness called minor attracted persons. It's a disgusting label to normalize pure evil. Predators targeting our kids, and some dare call it acceptable. This isn't tolerance, it's wickedness.
What? This guy said it's acceptable? Because love is love. Oh. I mean, like, this is clearly, some of this stuff is psyop, right? Like, some of this is like 4chan making these pedophiles are people too, because love is love. Like, come on now. You think that's real? Victor Marx? You are being manipulated.
It's wickedness. And we're
is that the pedophile flag, or is that just a random flag? Anyway.
Calling it out, standing firm, saying no. These are God's children, and we will protect them. Last year, there were 88 million child sexual abuse material files reported to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. That's 245,000 per day. And millions of others sit uninvestigated, collecting dust. Predators walk free because too many prosecutors that lack the courage and the will to act. It's a betrayal of our kids, a betrayal we won't accept. We're chasing every lead, exposing every shadow, and demanding justice. You know, Isaiah 5:20 warns us, woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light. But that's our world today, excusing predators.
As Isaiah 1:33 tells us, beware of those who celebrate opposite day.
Put darkness for light. But that's our world today, excusing predators, silencing truth. But God's truth cuts through the lie.
This is crazy, because this is like the thing that doesn't happen. Like, nobody really defends pedophiles, except for, I guess, libertarians. But, like, I don't know. Pretty much everybody's, this is not really a bold claim to be like, I, Victor Marx, and I stand against pedophiles.
We're standing on his word, fighting for what's right, no matter the cost. Now, if this type of evil doesn't buckle you, well, check your soul, as we are not the same. Listen, we're not just talking, we're taking action.
AI written, we're not just talking, we're taking action. AI, write me a thing about how I don't like pedophiles and we're putting evil on notice. Tone, sore, slightly sad. Sounds almost like I'm about to cry, but I'm also tough.
We've been cauterizing evil across the world for over a decade, and
like, I can't figure out his tone of voice. Is he tearing up, or did he record this like after being woken up out of a deep sleep?
we started 2 decades ago reaching at-risk, troubled, and abused youth here in the U.S. But now we sense the Lord is calling us to give our attention, effort, priorities to your local communities, your own backyards. So we're identifying, equipping, and enhancing law enforcement to protect kids here in America.
Very low energy.
Every child we save, every predator we expose is a victory for God's kingdom. But we can't do it alone. We need you. Your prayers, your courage, and your unwavering commitment to stand for truth. Join us in this spiritual battle, because together we'll protect the innocent and defeat this evil. This spiritual battle, because together we'll protect the innocent.
It's like, okay, guns, city, young child, and then it's like drag queen story hour. Like really? This just seems fun. This just seems nice. Is it because she has horns on her head? Come on. What? What's wrong? What's the issue? Not all princesses dress in pink? Is that a bad lesson for kids to learn? It's easy to something a pet worm. It's easy to be proud of yourself. Okay. Okay.
And defeat this evil. The time is now.
Protecting Children's Innocence Task Force. Piquets. Cool. Awesome. All right. Can't wait for this guy to do more campaigning. All right. That's enough of the Victor Marks, guys. I kept you waiting long enough. Let's get to the meat of the matter. The Charlie Kirk murder trial. We got all kinds of shit. All right. We got all kinds of shit. First of all, first of all, it's not a trial. I thought it was a trial too. I thought it was like, oh shit, the trial's begun. No, this is not a trial. What this is a pre-trial. So what I understand, oh yeah, Finland, you got here just in time. I haven't started. Did we decide if Tyler Robinson did it or not? Now, here is, is that true, real normal? I just need it to be known Chill Goblin de-pilled my mom? Really? That's cool. In what way was your mom pilled? But I, that's funny. To Danny Toluca, my mom likes Gob too. Oh my God, lol, I thought I was the only one who gobbled with my mom. She sometimes asks me about him and his cute wife, like they're people I actually know. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, that's very heartwarming. Yes, please share my videos with your moms. Okay. If we all share it, this is how we're going to grow the brand. All right. Everyone needs to share the Chill Goblin channel with their mom, and then their mom needs to share it with two of their moms. And then those two moms, if they share it to two of their moms, and everyone has lesbian moms in this scenario, I will eventually become Mr. Beast. And that's what we got to do. Anyway, but that is really nice. Thank you for sharing that in more ways than one. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, yes. Okay. So the Tyler Robinson thing. It's not a trial yet. This is a pre-trial hearing. So right now it's like the prosecutor's goal is to show the judge that they have enough evidence to prove that Tyler Robinson did it. They're not trying to prove he did it right now. They're just trying to show we have the evidence. This is like not a waste of time to do the trial because we have the evidence and we are going to prove it. If that makes sense. The defense, what they're basically trying to argue right now, like the people who are Tyler Robinson's lawyers, their argument is that Tyler Robinson, I guess their argument is that this is such a media spectacle that like they need to keep everything hidden. Like, do not make it public. They need to redact stuff. We don't want the public seeing this. And honestly, I get what they're saying. And I think that probably would be for the best. Just because of how, pilled some people are, where they get so obsessed with every little detail of the case and they zoom in on every picture and they're like, that's definitely an exploded Rode microphone. We now know the secret. And it's just like, that's not what like people really just read whatever they want to. The more evidence you give out, people get more intense about it. But I kind of feel like that cat's out of the bag. It's already a spectacle. People are already coming up with all their crazy theories. And I will get into some of those in a bit. But so during this pre-trial hearing, they are presenting new evidence that maybe we haven't seen as a public. But we are thinking, some of the shit is old. I think a lot of the shit they're talking about is stuff that was out in the news or in like Ken Klippenstein's like articles like days after the shooting. But one thing that is new is these videos of the day of the assassination, let's call it. Videos of Tyler Robinson. Now we had these before, but these were a little bit more higher resolution. Let me see if I can actually. So as you can see from this is like the vertical video, and I think it'll just be quicker to watch this short version of it. I have the full length, but there's a lot of kind of nothing. This one's like a little bit more edited. But as you can see, it's a little bit kind of stretched. So I'm actually going to try and. Oh wait, how do I? Oh, this is a little bit. I know there is a way to kind of freeform scale this. Wait. Let me just Google this real quick. Freeform scale OBS. Manually resize height and width of display capture. Yes, this is it. This is exactly what I'm looking for. Hold down Alt key. Yeah, that's crop it, but transform, edit, transform. Is that it? Sorry, gang. I know this is annoying to watch me do this, but width. Okay, let's say 2000. Oh yeah, okay, great. And what does it look like over here? Nope. There we go. Yeah, okay, actually that's good. So as you can see, like I've stretched it out, but this is a video of a TV screen that's like turned to the side, so it's already kind of distorted. So I've just sort of stretched it out a little bit to make this more, so you'll see the subtitles are stretched, but I think the actual picture should be actually a little bit easier to see with this edit. Anyway, let's get into it. Here we go. So here's a much higher resolution video of the parking garage where the shooting allegedly took place.
Vehicle.
And let me start from the beginning.
That's the vehicle that is believed to belong to Mr. Robinson arriving in the parking garage on campus.
At what time in the morning? What time of the day?
It's approximately 8:30 in the morning on September 10th, 2025. This is Mr. Robinson returning to the campus on foot.
So we've got that car. They edited this part out, but the guy is saying, yes, we know it's his because the license plate matches up with the owner of the car and stuff. Now this is just, they're just looking at this video. It looks like Tyler Robinson, whatever. Like this is what they think.
From the neighborhood to the northeast, you can see he's wearing the same clothing as in the previous video. And he's carrying a blue backpack.
And what time did he return to campus?
Just after 10 a.m.
You believe this is Mr. Robinson returning to campus?
I do, yes.
Okay. And why do you believe it's Mr. Robinson?
So now he's changed, different clothes.
The shoes are the same, and the images that we have are...
So a really awkward kind of walk. We've seen a version of this footage before of him sort of, walking around. One of his legs is sort of stiff, and we are told to believe that this is because he's got his gun down one of his pant legs. And I don't know, see what you think.
From my viewing and seeing Mr. Robinson on the video, it's the same person.
He's noticeably wearing different clothing.
He is wearing different clothing, and he also is walking with a gait or a limp in this video. It's just after noon, about 12:15. The individual actually...
Okay, so I'm going to zoom in here. This part's very hard to see, but this is the roof of the building that he was on. Right over here in the corner there where there's that kind of like white triangle. This is where he sort of jumps down off the building from. So see what you can see here.
Kind of rolls over the railing onto the roof of the Losi building. And in the top left corner, the individual...
Believe it or not,
that's the vehicle that is believed to belong to Mr. Robinson arriving in the parking that we have. Actually kind of rolls over the railing.
Sorry, it's a little bit tricky sometimes to use my zoom in. So he rolls over the roof onto the building.
Onto the roof of the Losi building.
So there he is over there, if you can see. Oh, no, I guess I got to move over. There he is right there, I think. Okay, he's climbed up onto the roof of this building here.
And in the top left corner, the individual is now seen running across the rooftop of the Losi building.
Right.
To what would be the southwest corner of the building. Crouching down and then crawling to the corner of the building.
Is that
individual then stands up and then moves across.
Oh, wait, or am I confused? Is this... No, I think that was him.
Across the building to the north. They moved behind the atrium area on the rooftop to the northeast corner where the white triangle is. And Mr. Robinson lowering and jumping.
Okay, so this part I have tried. I can't see what he's talking about here. But apparently here we see him jumping off the side corner. Hang on. Let's go a little bit back.
White triangle is. And Mr. Robinson lowering and jumping off of the roof.
Now I can see him now that he's down on the ground. There he is right there. And I'll click play and you'll see him. But I can't see him jumping.
Roof of the Losi building onto the grass area.
He's walking across the grass.
And then moving away towards Campus Drive. And he appears to be carrying some kind of an object in his hand at this time.
At all.
That's the vehicle
Anyway.
that's believed to be.
So there's the footage we got. And let me just quickly try and fix whatever the hell I did with my screen capture here. There we go. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, so that's interesting. I think like one big thing here was a lot of people were skeptical of the footage we had before of him walking. They're like, that doesn't look like he has a gun in his pants. No way. No, I don't think so. But I don't know. I mean, I will say, to me, it kind of looks like he does have a gun in his pants. You know? Listen, I don't know if you guys have ever tried to hide things in your pants, if you've ever done shoplifting long objects, or if you ever just like, you know, had to smuggle shit into your house as a kid, or you tried to bring books with you into the bathroom and your parents were like, stop reading in there. Why are you bringing, but you don't want, it's gross, and you sit on the toilet too long. And you're like, I'm not. And meanwhile, you had like the fucking Harry Potter number 5 shoved into your fucking crotch area. But there's he's got something. He's not just limping
from my
for
viewing
fun.
and seeing Mr. Robinson on the video.
And you can tell he's going a lot. To me, I'm like, yeah, gun down the pant leg. And he's got the gun. You can tell he's like hugging the wall, right? He's like all along the wall. And that's the leg that's like closest to the wall is the one that he's keeping stiff.
He's noticeably wearing different clothing.
He is wearing different clothing, and he also is walking with a gait or a limp in this video. It's just after noon, about 12.
There's another one, you know what? Okay, I will play a little bit of the, this is like the same footage, but in full instead of edited. There's another part which I found even more interesting, where he's climbing up the stairs. Here we go. And he's like, lots of people are passing him. And he looks so awkward.
Now what do we see?
This is Mr. Robinson coming up the stairs of the parking structure.
Like, nervous, like, oh God.
Again, he seems to be having
up one step, other foot, up one step, other foot, you know. It's like kind of
issues walking.
Is that a gun in your pants, or are you just happy to watch a Charlie Kirk debate? Oh God. But like, you know, you like look like this is a good part here. Like, look at how he steps up, and again, the guilty leg, he's hugging the wall with it. He's going super slow. Nobody cares. Everybody's like, I guess that guy's hurt or something. But like the way he walks up, specifically this, yeah, essential slot. Uwu notices bulge. Ow, what's this? Oh, a gun. So we've got left leg bends up. Right leg. Whoop. And he's moving super slow.
And again, we're able to track Mr. Robinson when he leaves this parking structure.
Yes, we were able to.
Okay. So when he leaves the parking structure, where does he go?
All right, you guys get the idea. You'd think he'd have a cane as a distraction. Yeah. Why didn't he just use the gun as a cane? No way we would have noticed. Excuse me. Yeah, the bullet had that written on it. interesting. I found that interesting. I thought that was sort of like, I mean, I'd seen some of the footage before, and I'd seen a lot of the pilled folks making a big deal about it and be like, this does not look right. Something's off, folks. Doesn't look right. And I mean, to me, I gotta say, it looks kind of right. I don't know. I mean, I'm not totally closed off to the possibility that there's something else going on here, but I'm looking at the evidence and I don't really see anything suspicious, but that's just me. Let's move on here. So this is a interview with
Eruption.
Now,
All
okay,
right,
so they
you said
call this person Lance. This is the roommate / lover, partner of Tyler Robinson, and they called them Lance. In their text messages, Tyler called them Luna and used she, her pronouns. Lance, here sort of says, oh, some people call me Luna, but that's not like an everybody thing. Introduces himself as Lance. He, him pronouns through the whole thing. And I don't know. I don't know what is exactly the situation. This might be like gender fluid, somebody who's like, okay with going all pronouns. I sort of think it seems more likely that this is somebody in the early stages of transition who wasn't out to everybody. Of course, this horrible event has changed that. And a lot of people are focusing on this person, obviously, trying to be like, oh, look at this man who definitely is evil and a groomer and blah, blah, blah. And just like, read any of the comments on this thing and you will just feel ashamed to be human. But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what the best way to refer to this person is, but I think I'm going to try and go with feminine pronouns. So here we go. Let's hear Luna talk about the relationship that she had with Tyler Robinson.
Okay, sorry about that interruption. All right, so you said when you first met you were roommates?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, your relationship progressed to something more than just roommates, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
I think we started dating 2 or 3 months after he moved in.
Okay. And where did you live at that time?
St. George, in an apartment complex.
And is that apartment the same place you lived on September 10th?
Yes.
Ooh, good question, Finland. Are there any frames with a clear picture of the face? We'll actually come to that. That's actually quite relevant to this video. So hold that thought.
When you lived there with Tyler, were you in the same room? Did you live in the same room or different rooms?
Separate rooms.
And at that time, let's say September of 2025, what were you doing with your life? Were you working, school?
I was working. I was doing like bathtub and shower repair and stuff in new construction.
Okay. How about Tyler?
I think he was both working. I think he was working for an electrician company then, and he was also in a trade school for being I don't know, higher ranking electrician. I'm not sure how the trade system works for that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think he was both.
What was his typical work day like?
I saw some people trying to poke holes in that, being like, wait, so they're supposed to be trans, but they're working construction jobs? That doesn't make sense. And it's like, really? How narrow is your perception of gender that you're like, this proves that there's something they're Illuminati. Anyway, okay. So getting a sense of what these guys' life was like. They were both kind of working physical labor jobs. Tyler was going to school to be an electrician or something like that. Trade school. Whatever, they were roommates. They met online beforehand, and then they moved in together, and then they started dating. They were on Discord. They seemed like very online people. They would do Dungeons and Dragons stuff over their Discord. I don't know. Just sort of paints a sort of picture of like their relationship. All right, now they're talking about the day, September 10th, the day that changed everything, the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
Yes.
Do you know when he left the apartment on September 10th?
I don't know an exact time. I just know he left early. I heard him leaving, and he just said he had a long drive to work that day, so he was leaving.
Is that a prosecutor or defense attorney doing the questioning? So this is actually not like a part of the trial. This is a interview with a detective that happened before. This isn't like live during the trial. This is, I think they did 2 interviews with Luna, and they are putting them both. I mean, I think this is just one, but they're playing them during the pre-trial again, just to show that we have evidence to go after Mr. Robinson here. This is not a waste of the court's time. We are going to, we have enough evidence to actually proceed with the trial. Yeah. All right, here we go.
Early.
Okay, so early. Any guess as to what?
So he left that morning a little early, and he told Luna, "Yeah, I'll be whatever. I'll be like, I have to go early. I'm working far away today. Whatever." He lied to her where he was going.
When that was?
I don't know. I would have thought it was 5 a.m. because that's when like an early work day was for him, but it was probably more like 4.
Okay.
I'm gonna have him spit out his gum just to make sure that
I can do.
Okay. Tells her to spit out her gum. Engraving bullets. This is a big thing. Remember the bullets had engravings on them. Also, this part is blacked out, and I'm not sure why, but this is because the defense wanted this part to be audio only. So this part is visually redacted. Not sure why.
What about? He asks you here. Remember how I was engraving?
Oh, you know what it is? They're showing the text messages between her and Tyler Robinson, and for some reason they redacted them here, but they are already out, and other parts of the trial we saw them. So anyway, she's being shown like visual things, so I guess that's why there's something on the page that they didn't want to be out in the public.
Bullets. Was he engraving bullets before this?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly when, but he had said he was planning to go hunting with his family. And he asked me if we had a Dremel because he said he wanted to engrave messages on bullets. And I just told him where a Dremel was, and told him to make sure he doesn't set off a bullet on accident in the house. But I didn't really think about it until then.
How long before September 10th was this that he asked about the Dremel?
I don't remember, because he'd been talking about the hunting/camping trip for a couple months, but I don't remember when he was specifically asking to engrave the bullets. So
are we talking like a year before?
Oh no, not that long. It would have been
So you engraved the bullets. You put if you're reading this, you're gay or whatever, with a Dremel, which sounds dangerous, but apparently that's what that was all about. And I just played that because I know people were, upset. People were not upset, but people really found this hard to believe. Really, when I was engraving bullets, how would they even know about that? And I was like, well, I don't know. Maybe they talked about it. All right, moving ahead here. I should maybe pull up the actual texts. Tyler Robinson texts. Full text exchange with roommate Lance. And this is from September 16th. This is 5 days after the death of Charlie Kirk. But here we go. So this is a little bit annoying. So we have this says it's the full text exchange, but it isn't. It's missing a few. The first text it says it's sent at exactly 11 a.m. or 11 p.m. No, 11 a.m. And I think that first text at 11 a.m. was an automated text. Tyler set up his iPhone to auto text his partner at 11 a.m. because he was like, well, I'll be done with the shooting. However it goes by that point, I'll be done with it. And it says, go into my room and check under my keyboard. And so she goes into his room. She looks under his keyboard. There's a note. She pulls out the note. And then, so in the text exchange, we don't see what that note is. Twig says, what? You're joking, right? Robinson, I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer. Oh, this is actually, we are actually missing more than what I thought here. Dang it. Okay, hang on. This is, maybe I thought that we had this already, but there is shocking texts. This must be it. Yeah, so here we go.
Same page.
Okay, I'm not going to bother, it takes them forever to read this out, but, this is like a screenshot of Luna's broken phone and her text messages exchanged with Tyler. You can see up here, it says Tyler. It's a little blurry, but I know what it says, so I'll be able to read it. The first few texts are just from the days leading up to September 10th, and it's just them being like, I love you too, I love you, I love you, I love you. And now here we go. So it says 11 p.m. Okay, so I guess it was in the evening of Wednesday, September 10th. At exactly 11 p.m., and this is the one that I think was probably automated, it says, drop what you are doing, look under my keyboard. And Luna says, what? You're joking, right? And then Tyler sends back, fuck, I tried to delete that, which I think means he'd set it up just in case he got caught or wasn't able to access his phone. He wanted it to automatically blah, 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 blah. And then once he'd done it and he thought he kind of got away with it, he was like, okay, now I'm going to try and turn off that auto send thing, but it didn't work and it sent anyway. All right. So kind of a fuck up, a little bit of a fuck up
as we go.
So he sends that's the first part of the exchange. Oh man, it does take them forever. Then what's the next one? I tried to delete that. I guess the next one they have here is he goes, I'm still okay, my love, but I'm still stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home. I've got to grab my rifle still, to be honest. I'd hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. You weren't the one who did it, right? I am. I'm sorry. I thought they caught the person. No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I'd planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering. Anyway, so this is, again, the purpose of this, showing this evidence right now is to prove that they did nothing wrong. Or sorry, they did nothing wrong. I don't know why I said that. To prove that they have enough evidence to go after him. So here he is confessing to it. Yes, you weren't the one who did it, right? I am. I'm sorry. I thought they caught that person. No, they got some crazy. It's pretty unambiguous. He's not coming out and saying, I killed Charlie Kirk here, but this is what he's saying. And then there is a part later where he's where she's like, why did you do it? And he's like, I was just tired of his hate, him spreading hate and blah, blah, blah. Sorry for roping you into this. I'm trying to see if I can find it real quick. Anyway, whatever. I'm sure you guys have seen these texts before, but this is just the, police photos of them. And we do have, I know that we have the note somewhere. But yeah, I think this site or this
Mr. Kirk had been shot.
Video,
Robinson and
they read the note. I don't know. I could probably find the photo of the note, but this is what it says.
Twig sent each other messages telling the other they loved them. But at 11 p.m., a text,
the note under the keyboard, I mean,
that Robinson had seemingly scheduled changed the tone of these conversations. He told Twigs to drop what you're doing and look under my keyboard. Twigs said in the video interview that he looked under that keyboard and he found a note. If you're reading this per my text, the note begins, then I'm so sorry. Robinson allegedly wrote that he left that morning on a mission and that he was likely dead or facing a lengthy prison sentence. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I took it, the note read. I don't know if I will/have succeeded, but I had hoped to make it home to you. Twigs then texted.
All right, so that's what the note is. So that's like what the missing part of the text exchange that we didn't get. It's like, yeah. I mean, anyway, I don't know. It seems so odd to me that he's like, he went out of his way to like check under the keyboard, like he's trying not to leave a trail, right? Like he went into this with the like kind of smart, OPSEC, I guess, where he's like, I'm not going to put this in a text exchange that the police will immediately have access to. I'll cleverly set up this auto text check under the keyboard. And then immediately she does. And then she's like, what the hell? You did? What do you mean? And he's like, yes, I did it. I killed Charlie Kirk. And he sort of is already, I guess, like the explanation would be that he's so full of regret that he's like, oh God, you know what? Fuck it. Yes, I did it. And I'm not even going to try to be careful. I'm putting this in text. I'm confessing to everything. I don't know if I'm going to get back to you. And, it's, it's a little bit, it's sad. It's sad. Anyway, so this is what they're talking about. Anyway, back to this video. This is what they're talking about here that they didn't give us a context for before. So then they're talking about the note that she found under the keyboard.
With a note. And this is base number 58. Do you recognize that on the screen there?
Yeah.
What do you recognize it as?
That was the note under his keyboard that he was referring to in the first text of that chain.
Okay, so where did you find this?
On his desk underneath his computer keyboard.
And I assume you read it.
Yeah.
And then what did you do with it after you read it?
I believe I just put it back down on the desk after I took a picture of it.
Okay.
And she took a picture of it too. That's like, well, yeah, I mean,
again, the time you read it was
like the whole point of it was that to not have a record on the phones. But the first thing she's like, snaps a picture.
Probably around 11
It's like
o'clock.
people who think that she's an accomplice here, I think are gravely mistaken.
Or so on the 10th.
Yes.
The night of September 10th.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And did you ever see that again after you placed it back on his desk?
No, I don't think I did.
And that was
all right. So there we go. There's the story of the note. Danny, did we ever figure out about the dude who said he did it after it happened? Yeah, that guy's crazy. It's like a crazy old dude, as Tyler Robinson described him. He shows up at a bunch of like events like that and is always like trying to make a spectacle of himself. Did we ever figure out about the dude? I mean, it just seems like mental health issues. The guy was present for an assassination, and his first instinct was, "It was me. I did it. And it turns out he had nothing to do with it. I haven't followed this case, but actually kind of shocked this guy was a genuine Kirk hater and not some guy who wanted attention. Yeah, she in the interview she says like he wasn't really political. He didn't really talk about politics much, although he would sometimes talk about Trump, and he didn't like Trump. And when it came to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, he says in the text exchange as well, I couldn't put up with him spreading hate anymore, and I had to do something about it. So yeah, I found it very annoying when the scandal first broke, and everyone was so insistent. Like I get why this happens, right? Because anytime there's an assassination, immediately people are like, oh, well, this was definitely the group that I hate that did it. Oh, it was definitely the Groypers. Oh, it was definitely the whatever. And then like Nancy Mace was like, it was a trans person. It was 100%. This is Antifa. This is like, it turned out it was a largely apolitical guy who was in a queer relationship and disagreed with Charlie Kirk from a, at least a culturally left perspective. That is the case. It seems pretty clear to me. He also, it seems like he very much disagreed with, very much disagree. That goes without saying, but it seems like he very much regretted it right away and turned himself in the next day, September 11th. He was like, I'm going to the police with this. So sort of an unusual assassin, you know, it's not, he's a lot of these guys, right? Like Luigi Mangione, Lee Harvey Oswald, like, you know, most of the guys you could name who do shit like this, they are politically confused. You know, they have weird politics. This guy, maybe we just don't know enough about his politics. He seems generally, you know, to the left, socially, culturally, whatever. But it didn't seem like it was that big a deal to him until he, you know, went and did this drastic thing. All right, I'm going to move on to another part of here. So now it's unredacted. Finland was asking before, are there any photos of him where we can see him? So at this point in the interview, the detective shows Luna these pictures of the man who is allegedly Tyler Robinson from the security camera footage. So have a look yourself. What, like, you know, you can't even see his face in these first three, but let's hear what she says.
Here on the screen, you see these. Looks like there's 2 rows of 3 images.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize the person in these images?
I wouldn't say it with 100% certainty just because of camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but he was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So it definitely, especially the bottom, the last 2, definitely do look like him.
Like, yeah, I mean, I feel like I recognize him. Especially from this one, the one in the middle, that totally looks like him. He's got like a recognizable kind of face, jawline. You can sort of see there. If you're not familiar with him, let me just pull up a picture of his face here. Tyler Robinson. Lots of photos of him at the trial. You know, like here's what the guy's face looks like. You know, just to give you guys a little. Oh, that's not him. Sense. All right. This is what he looks like. Oh, this is also a conspiracy that him and Nick Shirley are cousins. I don't know where that one came from, but okay. So here we go. There's Tyler Robinson, and yeah, that like you can sort of see that same kind of jawline. Yeah, he's wearing sunglasses, but I don't know. To me, I'm like, yeah, that's him or somebody who looks very much like him. Yeah, another great example of a politically confused political assassin. John Hinckley Jr. tried to kill Reagan just because he thought it would attract the attention of Jodie Foster. So wanted to impress his celebrity crush. Yeah, guys, like, this is not like Thomas Crooks. Like, he Googled, where's Kamala speaking? Where's Trump speaking? He Googled both. Like, he would have just as happily fired a shot through Kamala Harris's ear. Imagine if he did that. Like, do you think Kamala Harris would have had like a fight moment? Would have got the photo up? I feel like she would have fucking bumbled that so hard, right? What would that have even been like? It would have been like, psh, gun through her ear. She ducks down. I don't know. What would be her version of fight? I'm speaking or something. Excuse me. Well, I don't know. She goes back up. She's like, I didn't fall out of a coconut tree. What? I don't know. I don't think she would have been equipped to do something like that. We will still, nothing will fundamentally change. Yeah, what fucking hard to even imagine. Really, it's hard to imagine how anyone other than Trump would have actually seized the moment like that. Say what you will with the guy. He's got phenomenal political instincts. Like he could have been a political, advisor to another campaign if he had the ability to, work for somebody. If he wasn't born rich, he has good instincts at sometimes. Anyway, getting distracted here. Let's continue.
Oh, they do look like Tyler Robinson.
Yeah, so she's, I mean, like, people made a big deal about this, where it's, oh, she didn't say for sure it's Tyler Robinson. Because for a lot of the most pilled people, it's very important that this is not Tyler Robinson. And because Luna's like, I can't say with 100% certainty, but yeah, recognize those shoes, those clothes. I haven't seen the hat before, but you know, the quality of the camera is not great. I mean, like, yeah, like, even if this was like your best friends or like, you know, your romantic partner, someone you saw every day, and they're like, is that him? Like, like the back of his head, like, it could be him. Like, I think it's fair for her not to fully confirm it. You know, the quality is not great, but like, she does say, yeah, those last two though, yeah, that looks like him. But I mean, again, like, the camera quality's bad. So a lot of people are like, there we go, it's not him. She would know. I think she's just being kind of cautious. I don't know.
Definitely do look like him. Oh, they do look like Tyler Robinson.
And you talked about that with your friends, right? This looks like him.
Yeah, his friends. Yeah, I don't know if I don't remember if I talked about it with any of my friends. And then since I didn't have my phone after that for a while, and I still am not using social media, I don't know on my friends.
Good for you. You definitely should be off social media. Everyone should be off social media, but especially her. Okay, here's the part where she talks about politics.
Invited.
Okay. Did you and he ever talk about politics?
He did more than me. I don't really keep up with politics very much. He'd usually talk about stuff he heard on the radio on his drive to work in like their work car, since it sounds like their whole crew went in the same car.
What do you think? What radio station was he listening to? Was he listening to like Majority Report or something, or like what? He's driving to his work as an electrician with the other electricians, and they're throwing on like politics, like talk radio. Like what was it that this group of guys was listening to on their way to? I'm fascinated by that.
Most of the time, but I wouldn't say super consistently, because it wasn't a topic I really contributed much on.
What about Charlie Kirk? Did you ever talk about Charlie Kirk?
I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
Okay. How about political issues? So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights?
No, not really.
Like these guys are, it seems like at least this relationship, and I mean, yeah, I'm not sure how long they were dating for. They're in a queer relationship, but they didn't really talk about that much. Like queer rights, they didn't talk about politics that much. It happens. There are people like this. Yeah, is there any left of center talk radio on the air nowadays? I don't know. I assume there must be. But Majority Report in the car with the boys. I mean, I don't know. Like that. It seems like that is something that probably made him more politically aware. Maybe he was listening to some fucking, I don't know, right wing Rush Limbaugh fucking, you know, the descendant, who he just realized, oh, this guy's evil. You know, maybe he was listening to Charlie Kirk. Maybe they put on like the Charlie Kirk podcast show, whatever it's called. Who knows? Who knows what made him so politically aware all of a sudden, or active, I should say. Who knows? But all right, so this was interesting. Like this was new information, and honestly, like I don't get why. I mean, I get why, but like I totally disagree with a lot of people who are like, this is definitely the one who did it. It's actually like a lot of people are going hard against Luna here, but I feel like she's so cooperative with the police. She's saying all this stuff. I see no reason to suspect that she knew anything in advance. The text message exchange seems to imply that she had no knowledge of this. Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, we'll get into that a little bit later. What else do we have here? I don't think there's anything else in here I wanted to show. this one is kind of interesting. So this is one of the cops. And he's being interviewed right now. This is Tyler Morrison's lawyer. Tyler Robinson's lawyer. Tyler Morrison's a comedian. But Tyler Robinson's lawyer is interviewing this cop here and saying, this is one of the guys who ran into the building and got up on the roof where the shooting took place from, allegedly.
While you were on the roof, did you encounter any spent casings?
As a matter of fact, no. That's why when I saw the prone position where a person would be laying down as a sniper, being around guns and snipers all the time, I was looking for a spent shell casing. I couldn't see one. I was looking over the edge, looking all over the place, making sure the gravel wasn't disturbed, and I couldn't find a shell casing at that moment.
And that would be, the reason you would be looking for that was because some types of guns, when they shoot, eject a casing automatically, right? Some do. Some don't.
Yes.
All right. And then you also didn't find any unshot bullets.
No.
Okay. Are you aware of there being a bullet found on another roof?
I'm not aware.
Vicinity? Were you aware of another bullet being found on the scene, not on the roof of the Losi building?
No.
All right, your body cam footage that I reviewed appears to end while you're still on the roof. Do you?
Okay, this is the part I meant to start it at. I guess I started about a minute early, but yeah. So this guy went up on the roof and his body cam footage turned off, and they only have, I think, 45 minutes of this guy's body camera footage from that day. Now, body cams, they typically last for like 14 hours or something like that. Like they're supposed to last almost double the length of a full working day for a cop. So it's odd that it would turn off after 45 minutes.
You know why that is?
I think the battery went dead. It was just right at that moment.
Okay. And do you know, did you ever turn it back on that day or go get it, I don't know, what do you have to do, charge it or stick a new battery in it? I don't even know.
Usually dock it, but no, I didn't go back. It was too chaotic running around.
So that 27-minute and 35-second body cam that starts when you're at the Hall of Flags and ends while you're still on the roof, but haven't put the crime tape up yet, that's the only body cam you have that day?
Yes.
All right.
Now, I find that odd. I'm not saying that there's like a conspiracy here, but that seems like a lie to me. I don't know. Maybe it's not. But like, you know, like sometimes I see Goblin Queen doesn't charge her phone overnight or something. I'm like, how do you not charge your phone? What the hell? And for it to go off, like you have 45 minutes of him at the event, whatever. I guess he just showed up or something. And then he runs up, the shooting happens. He finds out where it's at. He runs up onto the roof and then the camera turns off. That seems weird. But I will say, I guess I find it more likely that he was like, oh, I'm about to like do an extrajudicial killing. Like if I find this guy, I will murder him. I'm going to turn off my body camera. Right? Like I feel like I think that's more likely. That seems to me consistent with cop behavior, more so than he's secretly working with Tyler Robinson and helping him get away or something like that. But in any case, I pulled this clip mostly because I haven't really seen anybody make a big deal of it yet, but I feel like people are going to fixate on this cop and this weird timing with his body camera shutting down. Another bullet casing was found on another roof. I don't know, really. Yeah, that was a little confusing when she's like, and you didn't find any bullet casings? You didn't find this? You didn't find that? What's going on with there? Does the rifle supposedly use eject spent shells? Yeah, so I think what they found, like they found the unshot bullets with the shells in the gun when they found it, when they later found it. But they found the one that they did fire at the scene, right? That has to be it. Anyway, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, maybe that's something I should look into. I don't know. Because it was interesting that she asked that question, right? All right. Now, this is a guy that I don't like, Ian Carroll.
And it's just like...
He's made a few videos about the Tyler Robinson. He's talking about how Candace Owens has been, what do you call it? redeemed. Is that the word? Or just proven right? She's been exonerated. What's the word I'm looking for? There is a specific word. I can't think of it, but she's been totally whatever, justify all the fucking crazy shit she's been saying lately. She's been totally proven right. Actually, let's watch the Candace Owens clip first. Actually, no. Let's sorry. Let me try. Let me do that again. We'll watch Candace Owens' clip in a second because hers is arguably the most insane. But I want to play a little bit from this guy's stuff. So here he is talking about the getting worked up about this, how people have been treating him and his theories about the case.
The ground zero, the base. We were all told that there are just...
Thank you, gang. Vindicated. Chat, you've just vindicated yourself. All right, here we go. So here he's talking about, he's kind of like a little bitter here, it comes off.
The ground zero, the base. We were all told that there are just mountains of evidence out there, that it's so obvious that Tyler Robinson did this all alone, on his own, that if you saw the evidence, you would have no question. And that is the premise upon which people would say that I'm evil for asking questions, that Candace and Barron are just evil for even asking any questions, that they are
I don't have a problem with asking questions, but I would say that some of the things that Candace has done, I would qualify as evil. Attacking the grieving widow of your former best friend just to prop up your own fucking YouTube channel. I sort of do think that qualifies as evil.
Demonic. Because there's this whole campaign that...
Yeah, no.
This is just unbelievably macabre and evil.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's out of the question to say. You're allowed to ask questions. I got questions. But, you know, guys take it pretty far.
Just so happens to be carried out by all the Israel First Zio shills that shill for everything that the Trump administration does, including covering up the Epstein files and going to war with Iran, among other things. So
they're pointing out a genuine sort of litmus test, at least on the right, for who's on the side of Tyler Robinson did it alone, lone gunman, or who's on the side of conspiracy, and finding it lines up with the people who support Israel, the Zionist conservatives. And I think that's kind of true in the conservative case, because the conservative answer to who really killed Charlie Kirk is Israel. So, yeah, I think that does have to do with the that division there that he points out.
So it's like this weird overlap where the whole bought and paid for Zionist mainstream influencer economy is all...
Oh, Barron like Barron Trump? No. It's a different, another fucking tinfoil influencer. Tinfluencer. Ooh, I just coined a new phrase, tinfluencer. Yeah, tinfoiluencer. Oh, it almost works, but it doesn't quite.
All saying, don't ask any questions, and if you do, you're an evil person. You're trying.
Oh, I wonder if Ian thinks Candace's questions about Brigitte Macron are reasonable. Yeah. I mean, like, I've seen this guy he substitute teaches for Candace when she's out. Like, he goes on her show and hosts it. Like, she is so much bigger than him, and he's big too. Don't get me wrong, but he's got like almost 1 million subs. She's got like 6 million, and he's very much like. Sometimes he doesn't totally agree with her, you can tell, but he's got to always take her seriously because his audience will turn on him if he's even like, I don't think Brigitte Macron is probably a man. I think that's probably crazy. That's the sense I get. I don't know. I'm really trying to read his mind here. Maybe he does believe everything she says, but sometimes he really tiptoes around criticizing her.
Trying to set Tyler Robinson free. You're trying to taint the jury pool to cause a mistrial. And I don't know if they think that strategy is still working. I don't know if they think that we were all born yesterday and we don't know how the internet works, but we'll address it a little bit. And maybe we'll start with Posobiec.
So Posobiec. And I find this interesting too. Like, this is such a interesting, so Posobiec, Jack Posobiec, this guy is a fucking Nazi. Okay. This guy is a Nazi. He got his start back during Pizzagate. He was working for Roger Stone as like an advisor. He was not famous during Pizzagate, but he became famous after the main events of Pizzagate and before the Madison Welch went to Comet Ping Pong and shot everything up. He became big because he posted a video of him at Comet Ping Pong, a Periscope video, just like a long, like 2-hour video of him there filming his face and being like, "Whoa, I see people leading children into a secret back room. Whoa, I see this." I'm like, he just like was lying about all this fucking like crimes against children that he was witnessing. And that blew up for him. That made him a big deal. He's a very odd guy. Really hardcore to Pizzagate, calling people pedophiles. He's kind of like a Mike Cernovich type. Became really big, QAnon guy, just like any kind of anti-woke white supremacist shit. He wrote a book called Unhumans that has, I believe, the introductions written by J.D. Vance, and it is an extremely fascist book. Nathan Robinson of Current Affairs, in his review of it, said, "This is the most fascist book. This is the most hateful fascist book I've ever read, and I've read Mein Kampf. This is the worst book in that sense." It's like, the book is called Unhumans, and it's about how like communists and whatever, all these people are not human and we should kill them. Intro by J.D. Vance. Or at least it's blurb by J.D. Vance. It might not be the intro, I forget. But this guy's intense. This guy's intense, anti-Semitic, racist, the whole package, right? But he is hardcore, believes that Tyler Robinson is, guilty, and he supports Israel, I guess. So he's like a fucking correspondent on Megyn Kelly's show now. By the way, Megyn Kelly, who at one point fucking MSNBC hired her, crazy because she is just an evil person as well. But it's just this is interesting because this is another pilled guy. This is the fucking Jack Posobiec is the Ian Carroll of yesteryear, and yesteryear is not even that many years ago. It's like a decade ago. This guy was doing the exact same shit as Ian Carroll. Now he's like, look at this piece of shit.
Jack Posobiec, former Navy intelligence, who has made a habit of reposting over and over and over statements like this. Statements that very clearly are presuming guilt before a trial. I don't think I need to remind Jack Posobiec that this is
I mean, I do agree in principle, innocent until proven guilty, blah, 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 blah. But like, I mean, that's what you're mad about? Like, you think Jack Posobiec tweeting this out every 6 days is
America
going to affect the jury or like,
In America, you are innocent until proven guilty?
I mean, and another ridiculous thing is fucking Ian Carroll accuses people of crazy shit and will do so in this video. Like, for him to be like, wow, accusing someone before they've been brought to trial. I guess we're doing a court of public opinion on this thing. Dude, your entire career is fucking like baselessly accusing people of shit. That's what you do. Anyway, I thought that was funny. I'll move on. Where were we? And so here he's talking about he's going into it in a lot more depth than me. I'm surprised because he has been covering this trial like really closely, and I haven't really been paying attention to not the trial, but like the case in general, really. And in his video where he's like, "Let me go over the facts," he keeps getting shit wrong, and I'm like, "How do you not know this, man? This is like your whole career is focused on backing up Candace on her ridiculous theories. How are you less informed than me? I've done like a couple hours of research on this."
Where it says, on the evening of September 11th, 2025, a family member of Tyler Robinson's reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. So that's the language that we have about this confession, because that's rock solid. If Tyler confessed, then just have the person he confessed to make a statement, either on the stand or a written affidavit or a sworn testimony and video, and voila, you have a pretty slam dunk case. We didn't get any of that. None of that came. Neither of his parents are on record. Boy Scout troop leader's not on record. We have no record of Tyler confessing, except by the text message chain that was originally published in part in these documents that had the entire internet making memes about how retarded it is to imagine that a 20-something-year-old Gen Z kid would be talking in the Shakespearean Old English language.
That's a good point. Vin Von Voom. The Brigitte Macron stuff is crazy because she's quite literally a pedophile, and conservatives would rather call her trans. Yeah, that is odd, right? That is odd. Like she started. What was she like? She was a teacher of Macron, something like that. But yeah, no, that's how far the trans hate is right now.
Language about his vehicle and about how, alas, my love, I shall not see you.
Sorry, that's libel, I think, but she started like dating Emmanuel when she was 15 and she was his 39-year-old teacher. So, okay, I want to talk about what Ian Carroll's saying here. This is not just limited to right-wing people. I remember like a lot of people were very suspicious of this text thread. I wasn't. Like, to me, this didn't sound that suspicious. I don't know. That's just my gauge, my vibe.
And about his vehicle, it would be talking that a 20-something-year-old Gen Z kid would be talking in the Shakespearean Old English language about his vehicle.
So this is where I disagree, because like, you know, I guess to him this is Shakespearean. I'm still okay, my love, but I'm stuck in Orem for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I'd hoped to keep the secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you. I mean, like, Gen Z kids, when they're fucking texting each other, like texting their, you know, lover, their romantic partner, do you think that they're going to be like, you know, I don't know how fucking Gen Z talks, but like they're going to be talking in slang? You talking about memes or whatever? Like, are they going to be like, I don't know, epic Pepe Bacon? I don't know. Fuck. I haven't been cool in a while. But it was like, imagine like when you were the cool generation, okay? When you were like 21, maybe you are 21 right now. Are you going to be texting your boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever? Like when you guys are talking, are you constantly making meme references? Are you like, oh, 6'7", haha, I love you. You know, like, no, like that isn't always how people talk. This is not weird to me. This is like, seems perfectly believable that someone would speak like this. You know, I don't find this suspicious. I thought they caught the person. So why did I do it? Yeah, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempts to retrieve it again. Hopefully they've moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. I mean, why to so many people, why did this sound so weird? Like, do you guys not send long texts? I send long. I got to cut down on my text. I'm way too verbose. I'll type a long text and I'll be like, I got to fucking make this shorter. And then I'll retype it and it'll be even longer. And I'm like, fuck. And I just send it anyway. Bruh, on God, I love you so much. You know, yeah. Like, I don't know. Yeah, Finland, we mostly text each other pictures of our dogs. There you go. To be fair, millennials actually did talk like that. Maybe. I don't know. Not all the time, though. Sure, yeah, maybe we send each other memes and shit, but anyway.
And about how, alas,
and also, like, he thinks he's going to jail soon. So it makes sense his tone is like, my love, I'm sorry. I did a horrible thing and I may not see you again. Yeah, the epic bacon narwhal, whatever Reddit shit. I don't know. This is not out of touch I am, guys. Listen. Sometimes I see like fucking big streamers, like whatever, like Hassan or somebody, and they're like my age. But they're like, they talk like they're like 10 years younger. And I'm always like, that's so lame. But I can't even do it. Like, I can't even do it as a joke. You know, I'm so chuggy. Do people still say that? Fuck, I feel like shit.
My love, I shall not see you. And also about how.
Yeah, she's his love and he may not see her. So why would it be weird for him to talk like that? I don't know. That's just me. That's just my sense.
How he opens the text message chain by saying, to be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you. Now, let me text you a complete confession to every single element of the crime, item by item, line by line, in digital text message format, which obviously is a permanent record of my guilt.
Yeah, and that's why I think that's a little odd too, right? Because he's so careful. Sends the automatic thing at 11, but then he forgets to turn it off and it gets sent anyway. Like that part is weird, right? But my sense is he gave up. Before he did it, he was like, when it was theoretical, he's like, I'll get away with it. I'll be able to get away. I'll sneak the gun in. I'll wear fucking sunglasses. I'll throw the gun in the fucking bog. Nobody will know. And then he did it. And maybe he had a sense, oh fuck, they got me on camera. They got all this shit. Like they really are going to get me. Or maybe he just regretted it because his strategy definitely changed. Where like, not only was it like the auto vague text, it was look under my keyboard, find a note. Like he didn't intend to put that in writing until afterwards. And he's like, fuck. Yeah, I did it. I killed Charlie Kirk because I don't like what he was, There's a shift here. But to me, it doesn't necessarily seem like these are fake texts. You know what I mean? It seems like he had a change of heart. And I mean, he turned himself in the next day. So he obviously did have a change of heart. It happened quite shortly after,
Which just doesn't make sense to anybody. It never squared with anybody with a brain. And
well, as a guy without a brain, it did square with me.
There was also Discord confessions that he apparently made to his friends on Discord after he decided to turn himself in, but right before he went in.
Yes, we have those as well. I think Ken Klippenstein leaked those, and leaked some other messages from the Discord where he's talking about politics. But it was basically like he sent a message to his Dungeons and Dragons group, chat, and he's like, guys, I'm sorry. I did the thing that you're seeing in the news. I'm going to turn myself in. Thanks for all the memes. Love you guys. Forgive me, or something like that. It was like that. It's like, that doesn't seem weird either. I don't know. None of this shit seems weird.
That have disappeared. They're not putting those into evidence anymore. We haven't.
And that's also not true. They did talk about the Discord messages in the shit that I saw. In the part of the interview with Luna, I believe they talk about it. But anyway. All right. Wait, what, did I have more for him? All right. Let's go to wait, let's play a little bit more of this part.
Seen those at least. No one's mentioned them. And Baron Coleman brings up a great
what I'm talking about is like you haven't seen like even like the main like new piece of evidence is the interview with Luna, dude. Like this is your whole job, Ian.
Point he's been elaborating on over the last couple weeks about why that might be. About why they might not want to talk about the Discord confessions anymore because they might have happened after he was already in police custody. And we'll get into that in just a second. But
so just totally being like, and maybe this thing would, it's like, what evidence do you have to think that? It's like, well, we don't have the Discord messages, but maybe the timing on them doesn't make sense.
First, let's see what Lance Twiggs actually said on the stand. Let's get into the new stuff that actually came the last couple of days of the trial.
And also say this was not on the stand. This is a detective interview
here. So this is the video that we got. Lance Twiggs looking very robotic, giving video testimony. A lot of people were saying it's AI and stuff. It's like, I don't think it's AI, guys. It's like,
okay. I love when these guys have to be reasonable for a second. Guys, it's obviously not AI. It is a clone or something. They believe in something even more insane. But okay, I'm going to go jump ahead here to this next part. So this is like, Ian's big thing is, Ian thinks that Luna, aka Lance, is the real mastermind.
Let's just remind ourselves that Lance Twiggs is the roommate. Lance Twiggs has access to all the tools that were used, the Dremel for engraving the bullets, the screwdriver, the towel. His DNA is all over all of those items. He's probably got access to Tyler's rifle and to all the rounds. They live in the same house. They share the same, like he can go in and out of his room. It's all there. I think there was a part where they talked about Tyler having a safe, but that he never used it, which is pretty typical 20-year-old behavior, honestly. And then the question of like, can Lance
typical 20-year-old behavior, having a safe and never using it. Yeah. Classic 20-year-olds. Not using their safe, getting a safe, never using it. You're 20 years old when
access Tyler's devices. And I would argue that's pretty likely that he can.
Okay. So did you catch that? Ian Carroll saying, Yeah, Lance is the roommate. He has access to all Tyler's stuff and probably has even his like phone password and computer password and can do all this stuff.
It's pretty fucking likely that he knows Tyler's password to his devices, or that Tyler might leave his computer laying around, because if you're signed in on one device, you're signed in on all your devices, and any of those devices can send a text message. So that's not to say that we know that Tyler didn't send those text messages.
So the theory here is actually, and it's because, right, like I said, it's very important for these guys that Tyler wasn't even at the fucking, that isn't Tyler on the security cam footage. That's not him. It was somebody else that did it. It was Israel, whatever. It was somebody with more of a connection to Israel. And because he also hates trans people and he's got to kind of shoehorn that into his theory, he's like, and I think that the whatever partner is the one who probably sent that into, was sitting there with their phone in one hand and Tyler's computer in the other hand and sending these fake text messages back and forth to completely frame him.
It's to say that we don't know that he did, right? And obviously in this hearing, the standard is not beyond reasonable doubt. The standard is just probable cause for this to go to trial. Right. And obviously it's going to go to trial. But when we're looking forwards at the trial, do we actually have evidence of Tyler confessing to this crime? Do we actually have evidence that shows that it was for sure Tyler and not Lance? Because from where I'm sitting, Lance looks extremely fucking suspicious. Lance has all of the access to all of the items.
That's so crazy. Like, how transphobic you got to be like, definitely Lance. I definitely think it was him, not the guy that we actually do have evidence against. I think it was the guy that we don't have it. I think it was him.
He looks very similar to Tyler. He could pass as him in those security photos.
Like, what, really? Not really.
Although I don't really think he did. And he's in the perfect
he backs up on that point, at least.
Position to frame the guy, honestly. I don't really know what to make of what we've been told about.
Completely hallucinated that entire theory. Zero reason, zero evidence to back that up whatsoever.
About Lance's like sexual proclivities, about his like tranny stuff, and his.
Oh my God.
There was like reports of his. I don't know, because now he's not even really presenting as trans or anything.
But that's also confusing to these people. What the fuck is it? He's boy moding? I don't get it. Why would he do that? Wait, I don't understand. This trans guy, this trans person isn't living their truth? Huh? What's going on with this? I don't know what's happening.
What? That's the...
Don't they understand there's nothing wrong with being trans? Don't they get that we would totally not make a big deal about it? I'm confused why they don't seem to be trans anymore and they're using he, him pronouns in court and shit. What the heck? I thought I was going to have more of an opportunity to go after this person. I don't get it.
DNA evidence that is kind of mixy-matchy. Definitely indicating Tyler. There's some discrepancy about...
So there's two pieces of DNA. There's two different sets of DNA on, I think the Dremel or bullets or something. Like some shit involved in the case. I forget. But there's two pieces of DNA on it. It seems almost like 99.9% likely that one of those people, the DNA, is Tyler Robinson. The other one, I think, is probably Luda/Lance. Yeah. Oh, Vin Van Voom. I think he's saying, I don't think he did pass as in he doesn't pass as Tyler in the video, which is actually not Tyler, because it doesn't look like him according to Ian. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh, is that what he's like? He could totally pass as Tyler. I don't think he did. Okay, so he's like, no, he tried to, but he didn't. That could be. Anyway, so this is what the tinfluencers are saying, or at least this guy, Ian Carroll. But let's go to the queen of the tinfluencers, Candace Owens. All right, she is, I would say, even a little bit more unhinged here. All right.
Because I'm 100% ready for it. Regarding what took place on that day, we suggested...
And this is her moment, right? She's got to make this into a classic Alex Jones. Alex Jones was right, people. Oh, and what I'm telling you is we don't make stuff up on this show. Okay, we tell the truth. We're honest. And you can put it in your calendar. Alex Jones was right once again. You can see I told you years ago I was the first person ever to report on Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, now Jeffrey Epstein's in the news, just like he was on my show. Like, she's got to do that. And the thing is, nothing that she said about the fucking case has really been proven at all by the evidence, but she's got to act like it is. So here's what she's got to say.
that the feds intentionally flooded the zone with multiple decoys. Different young men, all brunette, all wearing similar outfits. We termed these our maroon boys, right? Decoy.
The Maroon Boys. That's her name for the Tyler Robinson clones.
Photos of three.
Oh, look at this. Why were there so many Maroon Boys? Why were there so many Maroon Boys? Oh, should I put on my... Oh, shit. I should put on my Maroon Boy shirt. Yo, it's me, Maroon Boy. Maroon Boy number 5. No, I honestly, like, the other thing is, this isn't what he was wearing when he did the shooting, though. Right? Wasn't he wearing like that black outfit, like the pants that he hid the gun in? So why wouldn't there be guys in black? Anyway, just a little bit interesting. The Maroon Boys.
Get them in a row right here. I said, why were so many men dressed like Tyler Robinson on this day? We showed you footage of many more of these men wandering, all of who fit the description.
The school colors are maroon. Yeah. Is that true?
Hold up.
Of what we're about to see. And our biggest claim that we probably made on the show was that Tyler Robinson did not step foot onto campus on that day. At least that is what he told his family. That he was around campus, but not physically on campus himself. So in short, it should have been remarkably easy for people to debunk us, right? On this
Well, I mean, it's difficult to prove a negative, though. Yeah, all right.
Very easy. While I was sitting there.
Yes, Secret XX stars. You know what? As much as I don't appreciate Candy fomenting CT thinking, wait, what's CT? Oh, conspiracy theory. It's nice to hear people blaming a lav mic and spies instead of queer liberals, I guess. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was honestly relieved when it became an anti-Semitic theory. Not that anti-Semitism is good, but I just preferred that to the anti-trans shit that was like out of control for a while there.
Actually expecting, open, and willing to have to concede at least 1 point for my investigation. I mean, I worked really hard to be perfectly accurate, but I was like, maybe he lied to his parents and he was actually driving on campus that day. All they needed to present to make me look foolish was one clear photo of Tyler Robinson on campus. What we got instead.
It's not clear, but it's like their security cameras scan is like, it was never going to be like a 4K fucking DSLR shot with perfect lighting. Like, all they had to do was send me his fucking headshots taken that day. Like, there are photos that look a lot like him. And when you see it on video of him moving, it even more looks like his face. So he comes in his car with his license plate that it's very difficult to imagine evidence coming up that was good enough for Candace. And all they had to do was show me one photo. There's multiple photos of him. Anyway. Okay, gang, I'm sorry. I've been drinking a lot. I feel like I've been drinking a lot more water lately because it's so hot in here. I will be right back, and I will put you in the capable hands of our girl here, marsintheory. Wait, where were we? Videos. Is fascism cool now? Oh, was it an older video that we were watching? Oh, yeah, I guess it was from 2 years ago. All right, I'll play
the
this
class
for a couple minutes.
for itself.
What Gramsci refers to as the subaltern are essentially the disempowered majority or the other. The worker, the dispossessed, colonized persons, minorities, the disenfranchised. According to Gramsci, what this group perceives as spontaneous and creates for itself as common sense is indeed something formed and evolved throughout history, which is swayed in part by conscious leadership, by the ruling class, by those in power. When it comes to work, Gramsci writes that many of us perceive a capitalistic work ethic as being formed through everyday experience illuminated by common sense, i.e. by the traditional popular conception of the world. But in reality, such an idea has a huge history, which includes ruling class influence, religious support, and many other institutions rallying in favor of this creation of normal. I realize this might sound a little bit patronizing. I'm not saying everything around us is being constantly manipulated all the time and we're all just too dumb to pick up on it. You can put your tinfoil hats away. What Gramsci's referring to here is the way that our understandings of the world in general are often given to us at birth and remain relatively uncontested. It's less a matter of how...
Vin Von Boom, is Candace Owens green? Is that true? I didn't know that. Hang on. Where were we? Would you say this is green? Am I colorblind? Is she a little bit green? I guess she is a little bit green. I think I can kind of see what you mean here. Weird. Yeah. That is an odd skin tone.
Instead was footage of unidentifiable brunette males walking up and down the Losey Center steps.
She is not convinced by the footage.
Evidence that it's Tyler Robinson. This is, and by the way, if you're feeling overwhelmed, please sit down and have a glass of water. We don't want anybody passing away looking at this. Undeniable. They're like, this is Tyler Robinson. This is just like attempted hypnosis. This is, you're getting very sleepy. That's Tyler Robinson. That's Tyler Robinson. That's him. That's him. And by the way, I want to be clear. I can't meaningfully deny that could be Tyler Robinson.
Okay, great. That's all we need to hear. I also wanted to say there is something funny she says about, she talks about influencers who, the influencers out there, the Benny Johnson types who are like, the Jack Posobiec's, who think that Tyler Robinson is guilty. Here's what she has to say about them.
That's going to become relevant later when we talk about the influencers who have sold their souls to the devil.
The influencers who have sold their souls to the devil are the ones who are saying Tyler Robinson is probably guilty. This is the most evil person currently making YouTube content. I mean, that's probably not true. But this is a exceptionally evil person talking about how other people have sold their souls to the devil. Very cool. All right. She doesn't buy these photos. And she also wants to talk about Lance, a.k.a. Luna. Hang on now. Mr. E, I could see Candace Owens and Kanye as a couple. And maybe. I don't know. I don't think... I don't think Candace Owens is like a, attractive woman, but Kanye's more into like the porn star types. But personality-wise, yeah, I think they click for sure.
Now, Lance, the star possible Fed witness, basically said...
Okay, tell me more about that. I missed that. What makes Lance possibly a Fed?
It looks like Tyler in terms of his clothes. Like, I recognize some of these clothes.
It's weird that she's trying to have it both ways. Lance, who I don't believe anything that they say because they're obviously possibly a Fed... But then she's not saying that she disbelieves what they said. She's like, but they actually said that they don't know if it's Tyler. So now we can trust her all of a sudden. So it's all weird. Sorry, I know the pronouns thing is confusing. I don't think it's like wrong to say he, him really, or call them Lance. It's just, I'm guessing they probably prefer Luna, but I don't even know that. Anyway.
Clothes. He liked to wear jeans. I kid you not. That was his testimony. Take a listen.
Do you recognize the person in these images?
I wouldn't say it with 100% certainty just because of camera quality, but that looks like him in terms of the shoes he's wearing, the sunglasses. I don't think I'd specifically seen him wearing that hat, but...
Like, I'm sorry, but like, even if, like, from these photos... If this was somebody that you knew really, really well, right? If you knew Tyler Robinson really well, and you saw these photos and you said, I can say with 100% certainty that is definitely Tyler Robinson. That would be a lie because they aren't good photos, right? They aren't 100%, yeah, I know who this is. most of them are of the back of his head, or like, you know, his hat's in front of his face. There's two that you can see his face, these two in the bottom corner here. And she does say, like, I think those ones.
He was usually wearing a hat, and then jeans. So it definitely, especially the bottom, the last two, definitely do look like him. They do look like Tyler Robinson.
Well, I say it's open and shut. He said, he made it very clear that Tyler wears jeans, that he wears those shoes worn by, we should probably look up how many millions of people wear those shoes. I mean, I think I had 20 pairs of those shoes throughout my lifetime, but he doesn't recognize the hat, not one of his hats, but he does like to wear jeans. And what are those Chucks he's wearing? Like, there we go. That rules it out. Really convincing. We return now to Exhibit 12.4.
It just ignores the whole thing about the who's this one that she's talking about here? I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, that's all I really wanted to play from the Candace thing. But I mean, like, this is how it's gonna go. This is your pre-trial. This is not the trial, but this is your pre-trial, and it's gonna give you a sense of not only what the trial will be like, it'll give you a sense of how the influencers are gonna react to it, where they're going to, no matter what they see, they are going to cling to their previously held beliefs, their previously expressed ridiculous theories, and they're going to act like the shit that they get now proves it even further. And I have to say, I'm a little bit more convinced now that it was Tyler, and there wasn't anything unusual, and Israel was not involved. I don't really think, Candace has had all of the shoes. Yeah. There's something so funny about the way that every one of these guys is interpreting that specific thing from Luna/Lance, where she's like, I can't tell for 100% sure. Like, she's like 99% sure though. She's like, that does look like him. That does look like him, especially those bottom two pictures. That does look like his face. And they're like, oh, really? Well, anyone wears those shoes. Oh, it seems like, oh, you'd expect her to be like this. Like, this is one of the reasons why I find Luna a more credible witness. Like, she isn't going overboard with shit, you know? And even in her text exchange with Tyler, where you could argue, oh, they just did that to make her look innocent. Like, to be like, oh, I didn't know yet. This is me finding out for the first time. What? But, like, she's finding this out. Like, if she was trying to make herself look good, she would have been like, turn yourself in. Oh my God, how could you do this? You murdered someone, blah, 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 blah. But she's instead like, oh my God, stay safe, be careful. Blah, blah, blah. Like, I love you, you know, I'll see you at home. And I mean, I feel like that rings true. I'm sorry. That seems true to me. Like, that's how, you know, you're 20 years old, even like whatever, you're 50 years old. Your significant other who you love texts you some shit like that. I just killed Charlie Kirk or whoever, you know, whoever it is that they assassinated, right? Can you put yourself in that position? Can you imagine yourself in that scenario? Would you be like immediately turn on them? What the hell? You killed someone? You know, you love this person. You're not going to get there right away, but it would be suspicious, I think, if the texts did make her say that. But yes, she has immunity, I believe, for the thing here. Nothing has ever convinced me of anything more than people who believe the opposite thing, having to reach miles to argue their point. Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, I never had Converse shoes. Converse messed up my feet. Wore them most of my youth. Zero arch support. Yeah, I wore skateboard shoes for a long time as a kid. I skateboarded briefly, but even when I stopped skateboarding, I loved the shoes and I kept wearing them. And they ain't got arch support either. They're like flat. And nowadays I got running shoes, and you know, they're a lot more comfortable. Sneakers, basketball shoes, whatever. Yeah, no, Canvas is an interesting case. She got harassed off the internet for making like a cancel culture website, tracking who's racist or whatever. She had a case. She worked with the NAACP on a what was it, like racial harassment at her school or at her workplace or something. And she won. And then a few years later, she came back and was like, racism isn't real or whatever. And did her whole red pill black YouTube account. She is a little bit odd, eh? She's a little bit odd to figure out. I don't quite get what her deal is. I feel like I understand Alex Jones far more than I understand Candace. I think to some extent, I think maybe she believes what she says more than Alex Jones, but she is also definitely like a Charlie Kirk type, who I think is like, Charlie Kirk, I believe, was completely just no real deeply held beliefs, just trying to make as much money as possible. And the best way to do that was on the far right. He got more and more right as he went on. Started out as like, I'm a right-wing college kid. Turning Point USA, we're turning young people right-wing and getting tons of money from all these like, right-wing policy discussion groups and like billionaire-backed, Koch brothers funded shell companies and all this like dark money from God knows where. And he wasn't really effective at that. He wasn't really effective at turning young people right-wing, I don't think. I think it's very exaggerated how good he was at that. But she worked for him for a while, and that's when she was going on Joe Rogan and saying shit like, I don't believe in global warming. Nah, I think it's a lie. I think it's made up. I think it's a hoax. And even Joe Rogan was like, what? What do you mean? No, it's like 99.999% of scientists will tell you it's real. And she's like, nah, that's bullshit. Didn't have an argument, but was just kind of parroting the line, right? But then look, with shit like this, right, where like she genuinely seems to hate Jews. Like, I think that's pretty clear. Like, she said she genuinely admires Hitler. Hitler didn't do anything bad inside Germany. It's only when he left Germany that he did bad things. When he was a globalist, he was okay when he was just a nationalist. It's like, sorry, what? Like, that isn't something that she got in her talking points from, whoever was funding her. That's something that she believed when she said that on stage at a Turning Point USA event. And Charlie Kirk was like, excuse me? Like, that's something she actually believes. And that's like a principle she has, right? Her like anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism. And there is, like, she is one who she is an anti-Semite, I would say. She's not just criticizing Israel. She's talking like deeply fucking fucked up racist ideas of Jewish people. And when she goes into this particular topic, I think this is something that she genuinely believes in. And it's worked out well for her. I don't think that because she's been saying shit like this since before it was cool, but it's worked out very well for her after the, Gaza genocide, to be this kind of right-wing voice on the matter who has credibility because she was saying it when it wasn't politically expedient for her. And yeah, I mean, for her to be going after Erica Kirk like this, like, it is comparable to Alex Jones going after Sandy Hook, which I think was like a purely self-motivated, like, self-interest motivated, like, oh, this will be really good for my show if I go after these grieving parents of young children. I'll get a ton of attention, and people will like be motivated to agree with me because they're afraid that a horrible event like this will lead to gun control. Right? Like, that is, I think, the calculation that Alex Jones made after the idea was brought up to him by Steve Pachenik. And he's always been a big, like, anytime there's a mass shooting, Alex Jones is like, oh, it's a false flag. This is meant to take away our Second Amendment rights. Of course it didn't. Completely didn't work and never works. So that argument is already stupid. But really, I think one of maybe the dumbest type of conspiracy theory is anything involving crisis actors. Anything involving crisis actors is ridiculous. There's never been a case of that happening. There's never been a case of like, hello, let me look on Mandy.com for like people who are looking for an acting gig. Okay, would you like to pretend for your entire life to be the grieving parent of a child who died in a school shooting? Okay, great. We'll pay you not very much, and you know, things will probably not go well for you. Perfect. You got an IMDb? Great. Like, that just doesn't happen. That just doesn't happen. Yeah, we're going to make up a whole backstory for all the dozens of people involved in this fucking crisis actor thing we're doing. Like, one of the dumbest types of conspiracies. Absolutely. You can pretty much discount anytime you ever hear crisis actors. That is bullshit. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting off topic here. I'm talking about Sandy Hook. I'm trying to talk about Candace Owens. But with Candace Owens, like, this is definitely good for her career in the same way Sandy Hook was good for Alex Jones's career, at least for a while. But like, it's also very personal to her. And I think that when someone in your life dies for a reason that is unexplainable, it's not satisfying, there's a lot of motivation to really kind of get into, oh yeah, you like this pause screen face? Ignoring the fart she just ripped? I got an even better one. Where is it? But there we go. Yeah, like there is a motivation after a senseless tragedy. Your mind, our minds are meaning making machines. We're always trying to like understand why things happened, what caused this, you know. And I think that like, sorry, I'm taking way too long to make this point. What am I trying to say? It's like, if you have a friend who dies for no reason, it makes the grieving process hard. You know, when JFK died, everyone wanted it to be something. Why did this guy have to die? Oh, why did our president have to die? Why did we have to see this on TV? The blah, blah, blah. Oh God, we need something. And as Jackie Kennedy at the time said, it was just, if only it had been something more meaningful than just like some stupid communist, whatever, killing him. She said something like that. And yeah, it is a very unsatisfying answer. It's much more satisfying to believe, oh, it was it was like fucking Cuba that did it. It was whatever, the USSR, it was the CIA, it was this person, it was that person. It's much more satisfying to believe that. It's helpful to believe that. How could such a important big man be brought down by like one mentally ill guy who worked in a fucking book depository? You know, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't click. And the same thing with the Charlie's death, like somebody who Candace was very close to. So I think there's some genuineness here somewhere, but 100%. There's also a lot of political calculus. There's a lot of, not just political calculus, but just like media savvy that she's doing. And maybe this is just something she does naturally. The same way she goes after Brigitte Macron with these crazy, like she has the most insane conspiracy theories. This is what made Alex Jones so popular. Is you could rely on him to have the craziest, to just jump on board with these really out there things. And that's what Candace is doing. And, she has even more credibility in this case because of her close relationship with the guy who got killed. But yeah, I wonder how much of it is real and how much of it is pure self-interest, like self-promotion, you know. Oh, this is actually, I have a personal connection to this case. Oh, this is my opportunity to blah, blah, blah. Anyway. Yeah, she's a hard one to figure out. She's not your typical influencer. She's got something else to her. She's got something else to her, and maybe that's what makes her a little bit more compelling than some of these other guys. Part of her appeal. Anyway, yeah. Well, anyways, she doesn't believe in the stuff. She thinks Tyler Robinson wasn't there that day. That's her whole belief. Yeah. Vin Von Voom. Oh, sorry. Talking to Daisy. What did Daisy say? Sorry, I gotta scroll up here a little bit. Oh, where are we going? I think we should trust when people reveal themselves to us. Yep, true. new theory that I don't believe, but it's funny to think about. She's jealous Charlie didn't marry her. Now she's in charge of TPS, and she's not now in charge of TPUSA. Maybe that could be like part of her thing. She's jealous of Erica Kirk. Could be a little love triangle going on there. Vim Vom Voom. Well, we all know that Kirk was at least cynically supporting Israel because they were paying him from Candace leaking their private texts. But I don't know anything other than that beyond vibes. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, we know that like the way that Charlie Kirk thought about Israel was at least, like the Groypers were like pressuring him, like Nick Fuentes and his fans were hardcore pressuring him to not support Israel. And towards the end of his life, he was moving towards that. He was moving towards dropping his support of Israel. That is true. But to say that that's why Israel had to kill him makes no sense. There's so many people that Israel would assassinate before Charlie Kirk. Like he was like dipping his toe in the water of anti-Semitic, anti-Zionism. He was like, you know what? I'm not getting enough money from Jewish donors anymore. We have a text of him saying this. I think I'm going to invite Tucker and Candace to this next fucking TPUSA event. Like, fuck them. I don't care. They're not giving me enough money anymore. We had another Jewish donor drop out. Blah, blah, blah. Like, he didn't like that. And he saw that there was more money in being, turning against Israel. But like, why wouldn't they go after somebody like Candace? Why wouldn't they go after somebody like Tucker Carlson? Why wouldn't they go after somebody like Andrew Tate? If they were going to attack some of these fucking right-wing anti-Semites, which I don't think they would, honestly. I don't think Israel would want to kill any of those people. I think at the end of the day, those people are good for Israel. It is actually much more dangerous for Israel, for there to be left-wing anti-Semites. Or sorry, not anti-Semites. I misspoke there. Left-wing anti-Zionism is much more threatening to Israel because it actually is going to lead to the Democratic Party potentially, if they have any fucking sense or electoral hopes at all beyond their just dreams of getting more donor money. It will, I think, inevitably, we will see a shift in the Democrat Party where Israel support will become a partisan right-wing, Republican issue. I don't think there's a real danger of Republicans moving away from Israel, but I think that is a danger from Israel's perspective on the left. It's actually good. It's actually quite good for Israel to have more right-wing anti-Semites because it makes it, having the actual, like, I hate Jews critics of Israel, number one, allows them to paint all critics of Israel with that brush. And number two, makes Jews around the world more afraid, thereby justifying the existence of Israel, right? Like, as far as I know, Candace Owens might have a fucking, Mossad handler herself. Maybe she doesn't know it. Maybe the guy who writes the shit in their teleprompter is like, yeah, more fomenting anti-Semitism. To me, what she does, nothing that she or Charlie Kirk has ever said about Israel, including the anti-Israel shit, is a threat to Israel whatsoever. That's my tinfoil hat theory. Yeah. Like it lines up. Oh yeah. They'd kill Ms. Rachel before Charlie Kirk. 100%. 100%. Are you kidding me? Ms. Rachel poses a much greater threat to Israel than Charlie Kirk. Yeah. Very interesting shit. She does act like a spited lover. Yeah, I could totally see that. Although from their texts, I don't know. Feels like there maybe was sexual tension or romantic tension, but it only went one way, and it was from Charlie to Candace. I think. I don't know. She seems. I think she's kind of wrapped up in her own world a little bit, Candace Owens. Yeah. Fuck. Maybe I'll do a deep dive into Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens' relationship because there is some weirdness there, no doubt. All right. Did I have anything else? I mean, I had a couple other things. Could watch this DMT thing. Oh, Epstein's Pizzagate. Did I have anything else? I thought I had something. Oh, wait, sorry. Finland. You sent me this. What's this? What's this about? New Charlie Kirk evidence shock. Okay, this is what you're talking about. I don't know who this person is. Investigative journalist Mo Chechik. Not sure. All right, so this is the evidence that they hid. All right, let's watch a little bit.
The Innocence Project. I said, so do you have anyone who's got any, expertise on bullet lead analysis? And the guy who answered the phone was like,
there's a long part of the trial where they talk about the bullet that went in Charlie's neck, and I guess it hit its spine, and the bullet is completely fucked up. It's completely squashed and fucking bent out of shape, and they can't even match it to the gun that was shot. But yeah.
Are they dragging out that again? Are they really dragging that out again? What is this for? And I said, Charlie Kirk assassination. And the guy on the other line, who didn't want to be named, said, are you kidding? I'm pretty sure they invented that for the JFK assassination.
It's a little long, but I did promise people I had to deliver the Charlie Kirk killer story.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a lot going on with Charlie Kirk. It would be difficult to synthesize all of it, but when it comes to the guy who has been the suspect, Tyler Robinson, right? The guy who was arrested and supposedly killed Charlie Kirk because of his to sort of out of rage toward transphobic language. The evidence has never really been there, but his defense is, I think, extremely cautious about giving anything to the conspiracy theorists, the Candace Owenses, and there's a whole lot of sub-Owens YouTubers. So
sub-Owens.
Recently, there's a few major developments that have come out in the criminal case. I think that the first one that comes to mind is the fact that a lot of people, everybody knows that this guy, Tyler Robinson, confessed many times. He confessed on text messages to his lover/roommate. He confessed in a Discord message to all of his old buddies that he used to talk about video games with. The Discord confession was composed when Tyler Robinson.
So here, by the way, I didn't show this earlier, but here's the Discord confession. And this is the chat he had with his Dungeons and Dragons people. Charlie Kirk got shot, dead. I just saw the video. Holy shit, rip, I guess. Bro didn't deserve to go out like that. Sad. And then Zealous Monkey 55095, that's Tyler Robinson. Hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for all the good times and laughs. You've all been so amazing. Thank you all for everything. That's the confession right there. And it's not, it is an implied confession. It's not, I killed Charlie Kirk. It's just, it was me at UVU. I'm surrendering through a share. I won't see you guys again. Anyway, and there's more other things in here. Mostly talking about video games, it looks like. And here he is in 2019 talking about Trump's impeachment. Talking about the election, it's, there's some political stuff, but nothing extreme. And then this is, who wrote this one? Who wrote this one? Was this Luna or? Sorry. Sorry. Okay. I'm trying to read and figure out what's going on. I imagine this is probably Luna that wrote this. Hey, everyone. If you've not seen the news yet, Tyler's post above is true. He was taken into custody earlier today for the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Regardless of the horrible actions that took place, we must take this moment to remember that God is a living and loving God who loves all his children. God calls sinners to be his saints, and I ask that you all take a quiet moment to pray for Tyler and his repentance. Oh, wow. Okay. Religious. While Charlie Kirk's politics were not acceptable to some, I ask that we all say a prayer for him and his family during these confusing times. Love you all. God bless. All right. Wow. Okay. I guess that's just somebody. We don't really know who that is. It doesn't even have the name in here. I guess it's been blacked out. The last message is religious in nature, which just goes to show the apolitical nature of the server. We all have pretty differing views on politics. We just exist as friends and play stuff. It's hard for me to imagine because I'm so political that wait, people are just apolitical? How does that work? But there are a lot of people like that. Anyway, there's some other stuff that Klippenstein had, but, you know. Yeah, all right. So she's talking about the Discord confession.
Was already in custody in Washington County, Utah. So before he was transferred to Utah County, which is where this whole thing went down. And this brings up another thing. Supposedly, this is a crime of opportunity. You know, propaganda of the deed. Charlie Kirk was coming to town.
Who's this in the background? Is this her CIA handler? How can we trust anything she says?
They're so dadgum compromised.
He had this opportunity to take him out. But Charlie Kirk lives in Arizona, which borders Utah. And Tyler Robinson lives all the way down in south of Utah. And, you know, in the very south in Washington County, about 6 hours away from Phoenix. And about 4 hours away from Utah Valley University. So I don't really know how opportunistic this was. He hadn't apparently ever gone to Utah Valley University. That's just something that's sort of been in my mind. In any case, there was this very, very elaborate and very specific story that the law enforcement had put out. The Utah County Sheriff had put out that his family had turned him in, and that he had come into custody around 10 p.m. And then the defense starts asking for discovery. And this is the other big scandal.
Most smoke alarm is beeping. Is this one of those things one of those like frequencies that you can't hear if you're above a certain age? I haven't heard anything.
Is that the prosecutor, the Utah County prosecutor's office, and the FBI have provided almost nothing.
Oh, she wrote that article about Fetterman's weird close friend who meets with him all the time? Oh, really? That was her?
That they've asked for in terms of actually trying to corroborate the evidence that that the prosecution has cited in its indictment and its charging statements. So they finally did get some a transcript, and they got some videos of his interviews with the cops, and because they were trying to argue that they had put out all of these they had gotten all of these messengers.
Sorry, speed this up a little bit.
Basically, they put out all of these ideas, with certain recorders and with certain and the governor of Utah played a really big role in this, to say that he had confessed, but in fact, he had not confessed anything, and again, he was being read his Miranda rights.
I mean, I would disagree. I think he did confess in the text messages, in the Discord thing. You don't have to read too far between the lines to read those as confessions.
Around 6:30 p.m., the confession, the Discord confession, didn't go out until around 8 p.m. So this is a big, big problem for the prosecution, explaining where that confession came from.
So it came on the Discord confession. So it was 11 p.m. that auto text got sent to Luna on September 10th, rather. September 11th at almost 9 p.m., he sends it to his Discord chat. I have bad news for you all, blah, 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 blah. And Ian Carroll is saying, oh, that's probably when he was already in custody. And didn't Ian Carroll say, we don't even know when this was? So that's not true. We do know. We have the screenshots.
If he was in custody and not cooperating because he wanted a lawyer. That brings me to another thing. Why didn't he get a lawyer? He didn't get a lawyer officially for another 14 days after asking for one. His parents, who we are told that his parents thought he was guilty, brought him in and then didn't want to get him a lawyer because it was going to cost too much money. And so they had to spend 2 weeks trying to find a lawyer who the county commission would agree to pay for. And that's why that took so long. Well, his parents did want to get him a lawyer. So who talked him out of that? Why did this young man have no lawyer for the first 2 weeks after he was arrested? That is a big, and he was, certainly he was considered to be on suicide watch, although he's not suicidal. And that gives you the right to kind of go in and check on him every 10 minutes, really put a lot of kind of psychological, light torture type pressure on this guy to give it up. The other big thing was that everyone knows the texts. My love, I went to, if I can capture my my handgun unseen in my vehicle, I will be with you tonight, and then going through very elaborately all of the steps that he took to do this.
I don't know. I'm not really. No forensic evidence for the what? For the text screenshots? Like she wants the metadata or something like that? I mean, I don't know. I'm not an investigative journalist. I don't really know what that would be, but all right.
He thought were real. This also brings me to another thing, which is What about the clothes? Remember that very distinctive American flag shirt that was worn by the guy in the surveillance footage that looked sort of like Tyler Robinson, but not unmistakably like Tyler Robinson? That clothing has never been located. Where is Nobody knows where that shirt is. So that's another big problem. The other thing that really,
I mean, okay. All right.
really,
I mean, he could have just dumped it somewhere, right? He dropped the gun off in like some woods or something, right? Some wooded area.
was so amazing. I haven't even written about this part, but they conducted an analysis, some sort of forensic analysis of the bullet fragments in Charlie Kirk's neck.
Oh, yeah, this part.
And they couldn't really determine, it wasn't a match for a 30-06. Most people who know about guns, I'm not one of them, but my son Gabriel is. Sadly,
that little kid that was in there, was he reading a gun book? Is that he's reading about guns right now? Oh, actually, it looks like a fucking fighter jet. Okay. Now I've consulted my expert, my son Gabriel. He's 6.
That really tactics. Most people who know about guns, I'm not one of them, but my son Gabriel is. Sadly,
you can't be talking about that little kid.
Say that 30-06. It's such an incredibly powerful bullet that he would be knocked over, and there would certainly be an exit wound. It would go right through him, and that didn't happen. There was no exit wound. We know that because Candace Owens showed an actual. She procured a video of the behind that was taken behind him while the shot.
5:45. There's the beep. All right, let's hear. Let me see if I'm just losing my hearing. My hearing has been rough lately.
In my vehicle, I will be.
Oh, I did hear it. Oh, thank God. All right. Thought I was losing it. All right, mismatched bullet fragment.
Most people who know about guns, I'm not one of them, but the behind that was taken behind him while the shot came through, and so there was no exit wound. Oh, Erica Kirk concocted this crazy story that she attributed to the surgeon, but apparently it was, the surgeon didn't actually say this, that he just had magic bones, and that the incredible bone density of Charlie Kirk's, had stopped the gun, that stopped the bullet in its place. And if his...
Was that Erica Kirk? I thought that was a different guy. Some dude from Turning Point USA who was like, it's a miracle. By all laws of physics, that bullet should have gone right through. The doctor told me it's a miracle nobody else was hurt. That wasn't Erica Kirk that said that. That was somebody else. I forget his name. Some fucking nobody from TPUSA.
Bones hadn't been so healthy and dense. The bullet could have gone through and killed somebody else. Whatever. In any case, I
heard a beep again.
Bullet is not a match. It's not, I guess, conclusively a mismatch. It's just inconclusive, but maybe more conclusively not than otherwise. So the FBI has decided to do something called bullet-led analysis. I think that's what it's called. It's a type of very, very...
There's a lot. You know what I think it is? I think it's her son is playing recorder in another room, because it's happening a lot. Or some sort of flute-like device. Listen.
Otherwise. So the FBI has decided to do something called bullet-led analysis. I think that's what it's called. It's a type of very, very high-tech test that was invented basically in 1963 and pulled out right for the Kennedy assassination. It was invented at a defense contractor that actually was in a lot of trouble during the Kennedy.
So yeah, I don't think it's a smoke alarm. I think she's just like tuned out her son's musical interests.
Administration, and that's is the center of a lot of Kennedy conspiracy theories.
Gabe could play a less. Thank you. I mean, I want him to hang out with us definitely, but
Gabe, stop! Please stop. Sorry.
Thank you.
It's so funny because I like tune out their sounds. So bullet.
Okay, yeah, there you go. She's like, could he play a less screechy instrument, maybe? Like.
Analysis hasn't been used. It was finally discarded by the FBI in 2005 officially after a really long National Academy of the Sciences study into this form. It had been used in thousands of cases, and a lot of people were getting exonerated by DNA evidence. So they did a study and they officially threw out bullet-led analysis. They said there's really it's complete junk science. Like, it's a very high tech mode of junk science, because there was this idea that you could use radio isotope some sort of electron reader to pinpoint where a bullet had come from, like what box of bullets, a bullet fragment had come.
So wait, let me see if I can pull up a photo of the bullet. Bullet fragment. Charlie Kirk. It is mashup. Okay. Where is it? Oh, come on now. Photos. Tyler Robinson. Okay. I think maybe some of these sites might have it, but Charlie Kirk. Wow, I'm annoyed at how hard this is to find. Okay, yeah, here it is. I see at least a small version of the photo. So here's the photo. Yeah. Here's what the bullet looks like. Look at that. That bullet is... You're not going to be able to match that bullet to a gun. You know, you compare this to the magic bullet in JFK's assassination. That bullet's like pristine. That bullet went through JFK's fucking back, neck, front, hand, whatever. Hit the guy in front of him. Forget that dude's name, but this bullet looking a lot worse for wear. Sometimes that's how it happens, you know? It's like dropping rocks off of a fucking bridge. Sometimes a rock will hit another rock or something or whatever. It'll tumble differently. It'll look different when you go find it. Some of them will get smashed to pieces. Some will get a little scratched up. Bullets are like that. You can't tell just because a bullet got fully fucking fucked up that it is or isn't from the gun or what. Like, it doesn't really tell you anything. It's just sometimes different things happen. It's like, well, wait a minute. When my friend got assassinated, the bullet looked way different than that. Yeah, I mean, it's a bullet. It's moving real fast. You know, sometimes it slices right through. Sometimes it doesn't. Whatever. Different things are different. But yeah. Anyway. Where were we? Here we go.
From. It was very, again, voodoo science, but it was never, really audited until the early 2000s. They threw it out. They never used it again, as far as anyone knew, until Charlie Kirk. And when I called up the Innocence Project, I said, so do you have any guy who's got any, expertise on bullet lead analysis? And the guy who answered the phone was like, are they dragging out that again? Are they really dragging that out again? What is this for? And I said, Charlie Kirk assassination. And the guy on the other line, who didn't want to be named, said, are you kidding? I'm pretty sure they invented that for the JFK assassination. So there you go. They're using bullet lead analysis. We don't really know, it's the case against, I do not see how the case against Tyler Robinson has any validity whatsoever. Wow. And there are stories I know about the specific sheriff's department, the Utah County Sheriff's Department, stuff that they have been involved in the recent past that is completely mind blowing. If you were watching this later on and you
I will also say yeah, if you look into the Utah Sheriff's Department, they get into some sketchy shit. I have no doubt, but that's just that's cops. Any police department, they are fucking janitorial staff for capitalists. They do the dirty work of capitalism. They are, by their very nature, by their very the purpose for their existence is to be corrupt and work against the working class and for the capitalist class. There is a crime wave, and it is white collar crime. It is wage theft. It is union bashing. It is anything that your boss gets away with absolutely zero chance of facing any repercussions. It is not, by definition, any police fucking station, any municipal cop group is, when you look into them, they are essentially organized crime. They are, it does not mean that they are working against whatever, Tyler Robinson in this specific case to hide a connection to Israel, It's and when we looked into it, they're involved. It's yeah, that's cops. Anyway, I don't know. I ain't got I ain't got any evidence. That's just how I feel. Yeah. I'm sure the cops frame guilty people all the time. Yeah. That's their jobs. They fucking plant evidence and shit. A lot of cases get thrown out because cops were they planted evidence on somebody who actually was guilty. They did it wrong. They entered somebody's home without a warrant or whatever. They're not the brightest people from your high school. It's not the smartest, most clever, kind-hearted people from your high school that end up becoming cops. Quite the opposite. Anyway. All right. That's interesting. So, hey, listen, there's lots of different takes on this. I don't pretend to be the most knowledgeable. This is the most research I've done in the Tyler Robinson case so far. I kind of stayed out of it. Right now, though, I will say I for sure am on, by far leaning towards, yes, it was Tyler Robinson. It's exactly what it appears to be. He's not going to testify, but we don't know how he's going to plead. I don't think. Do we? I guess wouldn't he have to be is he pleading not guilty? Tyler Robinson pleading. Let me just see if I can Google this real quick. Do we know if he's pleading guilty? He's not entered a plea yet. Oh, this is from September 19th, 2025. Will he take a plea or go to trial? We don't know yet, it looks like. But I mean, it does seem News Nation. All right. Wow, his defense attorney says he has no chance of going to trial. That's interesting. Should he go to trial if they can avoid it? Hell no. Oh, sorry, that must be the prosecutor, right? Yeah, anyway. All right, we don't really know yet. So depending on how this pretrial goes, they may or may not decide to go forward with the trial. I think they probably will. And then we'll see what Tyler Robinson does. If he pleads guilty, avoids the trial in order to escape the death penalty, that seems likely. But we'll see. I mean, maybe they will go forward with the trial. Maybe that'll happen. I know Erica Kirk, the defense right now is trying to argue, don't put any of this out in public. It would be very bad to make this all public. Erica Kirk, the widow of the deceased, the victim here, is really adamant. No, this all has to be public. And you can kind of understand why. She does not want to be seen as covering anything up. She's already suspect number one, according to the tinfluencers. But yeah, I mean, I feel it tough. To me, this looks pretty open and shut. The guy turned himself in. We don't even haven't even looked at that footage yet. His whatever confession, we don't know. We've seen the text, we've seen the Discord message, we've seen the interview with Luna. It seems pretty bad. The video of him walking around with the gun in his leg. It doesn't seem like there's much hope. Anyway, gang. All right, that's the stream. That's what we do. You've just watched another great episode of the Extra Chill Goblin Show with your host, me, Extra Chill Goblin. Just for laughs music. And yeah, we are going to call it a day. Follow me on the stuff. Chill Goblin, Extra Chill Goblin, whatever you want. But mostly Chill Goblin. And we'll see you guys on Sunday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Take it away. Take it away, song.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one server coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name, Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I made goblin jokes years ago that came super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. Pretty much gets it dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal vampire belly goblins. are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.